Welcome, dear friends, after a tiring day. Welcome back to Mysterious Sleep Tales, where we navigate the boundaries between wakefulness and dream. I will guide you through the shadows and whispers of forgotten corners of history. Mysteries, what we know, and what we dare not imagine. Tonight, as you settle into the comfort of your bed, let the weight of the day drift away like pieces of driftwood carried by a receding tide. Our story tonight takes us to the rugged shores of Maine in 1892, to a lighthouse situated on the edge of reality, where time does not flow as it should, and the past, present, and future collide in ways that challenge everything we understand about the nature of existence. This is the story of Silas Merrick, a lighthouse keeper who discovers tasks that extend far beyond the simple duty of lighting a lamp in the dark. So close your eyes, take a deep breath, and surrender yourself to the tale of the lighthouse beyond time. Part 1. The Keeper's Duty. The autumn of 1892 arrived on the Maine coast with a particular ferocity that old-timers claimed they hadn't witnessed in their lifetimes. September's end brought winds that seemed to carry voices from some distant, unknowable place, and the Atlantic hurled itself against the rocky cliffs with a violence that made even the sturdiest fishermen cross themselves and mutter prayers their grandfathers had taught them. It was in this season of storms and strange tides that Silas Merrick took up his post as keeper of Crag Point Lighthouse, a solitary sentinel standing on a narrow promontory that jutted into the sea like an accusing finger pointing toward the horizon. Silas was 42 years old, with the weathered face of a man who had spent most of his life within sight and sound of the ocean. His hair, once the color of beach sand, had gone silver at the temples, and deep lines creased his brow and framed his gray-blue eyes. He was neither tall nor short, neither particularly strong nor weak, but possessed the kind of steady, methodical nature that made him ideal for the lonely work of tending a lighthouse. His wife, Margaret, had passed away 3 winters prior from consumption, and his 2 sons had long since left Maine for opportunities out west. The lighthouse, Silas had decided, would be his refuge from memories that haunted him more persistently than any ghost. The lighthouse itself was a structure of limestone blocks, rising 75 feet from its granite foundation to the lantern room at its peak. It had been built in 1847, during a period of rapid expansion of navigational aids along the treacherous New England coast, and had seen 13 keepers before Silas. The tower stood on a rocky outcropping accessible only by a narrow causeway that disappeared beneath the waves during high tide, effectively isolating the keeper for hours at a time. Attached to the tower's base was the keeper's dwelling, a modest 2-story structure with white-painted wooden siding that contrasted sharply with the gray stone of the lighthouse proper. Silas arrived on a Thursday in late September, his belongings loaded into a wagon driven by Thomas Aldrich, the chairman of the Lighthouse Board's district office in Portland. Thomas was a portly man in his 60s with maton-chop whiskers and a perpetual expression of mild concern, as though he were always expecting bad news, but hoping desperately to be proven wrong. "You'll do well here, Merrick," Thomas said as they navigated the winding coastal road that led to Crag Point. The previous keeper, Josiah Weatherby, served for 23 years without incident. Good man, Josiah, knew his duty. Thomas paused, seemed to consider his words carefully, then added, Of course, he did leave rather suddenly. Didn't even wait for you to arrive for the handover. Said he needed to be away immediately. Family matters in Boston, he claimed, though I didn't know he had family. Silas nodded, but said nothing. Men left Lighthouse posts for many reasons, and he had learned long ago not to pry into the private affairs of others. Whatever had driven Josiah Weatherby to abandon his post so abruptly was the man's own business. The lighthouse appeared before them as they crested a final hill, and Silas felt his breath catch slightly at the sight. Crag Point stood isolated and proud against the gray September sky, its white lantern room gleaming even without illumination. The sea crashed against the rocks below with tremendous force, sending spray high enough that it misted the tower's lower windows. Gulls wheeled and cried in the salt-laden wind, and the air itself seemed charged with a kind of electric expectancy, as though the very atmosphere were waiting for something to happen. Thomas helped Silas unload his meager possessions, then walked him through the keeper's duties with the thoroughness of a man who had given the same speech many times before. The routine was familiar to Silas from his previous work as an assistant keeper at Cape Elizabeth, but he listened attentively nonetheless, noting the particular quirks of this station. The light uses a second-order Fresnel lens, Thomas explained as they climbed the spiral iron staircase that wound up through the tower's interior. You'll need to wind the clockwork mechanism every 3 hours during the night to keep the lens rotating. The lamp burns kerosene, half a gallon per night. You'll trim the wick at sunset and again at midnight, and you must keep the lens and lantern glass spotless. Even a smudge can reduce the light's visibility by miles. They reached the lantern room, a circular chamber of glass and iron that offered a panoramic view of the surrounding ocean. The Fresnel lens dominated the space, a magnificent assembly of precisely cut prisms arranged in concentric rings, standing nearly 6 feet tall. Through its faceted surface, the outside world appeared fragmented and multiplied, as though Silas were looking at 100 different versions of reality, all existing simultaneously. "Beautiful, isn't she?" Thomas said, running his hand gently along the lens's brass housing. French manufacture, installed when the lighthouse was built. They say the man who designed these lenses, Augustin Jean Fresnel, was working on even more remarkable inventions when he died young. Some claimed he was investigating the nature of light itself, trying to understand not just how it moved through space, but through time as well. Nonsense, of course, the fancies of Parisian theorists, but makes for interesting dinner conversation. Silas examined the lens more closely, noting how the afternoon light entering through the lantern room's windows was bent and focused by the prisms into concentrated beams. The effect was hypnotic, almost dizzying, and he found himself staring into the lens's crystalline depths as though he might see something there beyond mere refracted light. The focal plane is 58 feet above mean high water, Thomas continued, consulting a small notebook he'd produced from his coat pocket. Your light character is a white flash every 10 seconds. Ships can see it from 17 nautical miles in clear weather, less in fog. You'll sound a fog bell every 30 seconds whenever visibility drops below 2 miles. They descended to the keeper's dwelling, where Thomas showed Silas the parlor, kitchen, and 2 upstairs bedrooms, all furnished simply but adequately. The walls were whitewashed plaster, the floors plain wood. A cast-iron stove dominated the kitchen, and a small writing desk sat beneath a window in the parlor that looked out toward the mainland. In one corner stood a tall case clock that ticked with reassuring regularity, its brass pendulum swinging back and forth like a metronome marking the passage of time. "You'll keep a daily log," Thomas said, producing a leather-bound journal from his satchel and placing it on the desk. "Weather conditions, ships sighted, fuel consumed, any repairs or maintenance performed. The Lighthouse tender will visit monthly with supplies and to collect your reports. In winter, if the weather's bad, it might be 6 weeks or more between visits." Thomas departed as the afternoon shadows lengthened, promising to send word if Silas needed anything, though they both knew such communication would be difficult given Crag Point's isolation. Silas watched the chairman's wagon rattle back along the causeway, then turned to survey his new domain. The lighthouse stood at the end of a rocky promontory that extended perhaps 200 yards into the Atlantic. To the east, north, and south, there was nothing but ocean stretching to the horizon. To the west, the causeway connected the point to the mainland, but even this connection was tenuous, disappearing beneath several feet of water for 2 hours on either side of high tide. The nearest town, Harwich, lay 3 miles inland along a rough track that even in good weather was barely passable by cart. Silas spent his first hours at Crag Point familiarizing himself with the equipment and settling his belongings into the keeper's quarters. He unpacked his clothes, his few books, the daguerreotype of Margaret that he couldn't quite bring himself to discard, and the small collection of carpentry tools he'd accumulated over the years. By the time he'd finished, dusk was approaching, and it was time to light the lamp for the first time. He climbed the tower as the sun sank toward the western horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and crimson that reflected off the ocean in dazzling patterns. At the top, he carefully removed the lens cover, checked the oil reservoir, and trimmed the wick to the precise length specified in the keeper's manual. Then, using a small match, he lit the lamp. The effect was instantaneous and dramatic. The flame, multiplied and focused by the Fresnel lens's intricate prisms, became a brilliant beacon that cut through the gathering darkness like a knife. Silas wound the clockwork mechanism that would keep the lens rotating, and the light began its patient rotation, sweeping across the darkening sea in regular pulses, a promise to distant mariners that here was a safe point of reference in a dangerous world. He stood for a moment in the lantern room, listening to the soft ticking of the clockwork, the distant crash of waves against rocks, the cry of gulls settling for the night. Then he descended to begin the keeper's vigil that would consume his nights from sunset to sunrise, a rhythm as old as the lighthouse itself. The first week at Crag Point passed uneventfully. Silas fell into the routine that Thomas Aldrich had described, a carefully structured series of tasks that consumed the daylight hours and punctuated the long nights. He rose each morning at dawn to extinguish the light, then clean the lantern glass and polish the lens, a task that took nearly 2 hours and required meticulous attention to detail. Any smudge, any fingerprint, any speck of dust could reduce the light's effectiveness, and Silas approached the work with the concentration of a watchmaker assembling a delicate timepiece. After tending to the light, he would prepare a simple breakfast then turned to the endless maintenance tasks that kept a lighthouse station operational. The iron staircase needed painting to prevent rust. The keeper's dwelling required constant repairs. The cistern that collected rainwater for drinking needed cleaning. The supply shed wanted organizing. The paths around the lighthouse had to be kept clear of debris that the ocean constantly deposited during storms. The work was never finished, and Silas found a kind of peace in its perpetual nature, a comfort in knowing that each day brought tasks that needed doing and gave him little time to dwell on memories of Margaret or the life he'd left behind. The logbook became his companion during these early days. Each evening before lighting the lamp, he would sit at the desk in the parlor and record the day's events in his careful, methodical handwriting. September 28th, 1892. Weather clear. Wind northwest, moderate. Barometer 30.2, steady. Lit lamp at 6:18 p.m. 3 vessels sighted passing south during daylight hours, 2 schooners and 1 steam freighter. Clean lantern glass and polished lens. Repaired loose board on eastern walkway. All equipment functioning properly. September 29th, 1892. Weather overcast. Rain beginning late afternoon. Wind east fresh. Barometer 29.8. Falling. Lit lamp at 6:15 p.m. Novesil Saitif. Fog beginning to develop as evening approaches. Sounded fog bell at intervals of 30 seconds from 8 p.m. onwards. Lamp trimmed at midnight as per routine. September 30th, 1892. Weather clearing after morning fog. Wind southwest light. Barometer 30.1, rising. Lit lamp at 6:12 p.m. For vessels sighted. Dense fog patches throughout the day, requiring frequent attention to fog bell. Discovered salt corrosion on lower portions of gallery railing. Will require wire brushing and repainting. No other issues of note. The entries continued in this vein, a chronicle of wind and weather, of ships passing in the night, of the small repairs and adjustments that kept the light burning. To any outside reader, they would have seemed mundane, even dull, but to Silas, they represented the structure and purpose that had been missing from his life since Margaret's death. On the evening of October 7th, 11 days after Silas's arrival, something changed. He was sitting at the desk after supper, preparing to light the lamp for the night, when he noticed something odd about the keeper's log that Thomas Aldrich had provided. The journal was bound in leather, its pages thick and high quality, intended to last for many months of daily entries. Silas had been recording his observations on consecutive pages, working forward from the book's beginning, but now, flipping through to find his last entry, he noticed something that made him pause. There were other entries in the logbook, entries that hadn't been there before, written in a different hand. He turned back to the beginning of the book, frowning. The first page still bore Thomas Aldrich's official inscription indicating that this log was issued to Crag Point Lighthouse for the period beginning September 1892. But now, several pages into the journal, there was writing that Silas was certain he hadn't seen when he'd first opened the book. The handwriting was neat but old-fashioned, with flourishes and letter formations that reminded Silas of his grandfather's style of writing. The ink appeared faded, as though the entries had been made long ago, yet the pages showed no signs of age or foxing. He read the first unfamiliar entry. August 14th, 1847. First lighting of Crag Point light. Weather fair, wind light from the west. Lit lamp at 7:45 p.m. using sperm whale oil. Lens rotation mechanism functioning as designed. Assembled gathering of townspeople from Harwich witnessed the lighting. Much celebration and speech-making. Mr. Stedman of the Lighthouse Board offered congratulations and urged vigilance in duties. This is a momentous day for maritime safety along this treacherous coast. May this light never fail to guide the mariner home. Daniel Marsh, principal keeper. Silas stared at the entry, his mind working to make sense of what he was reading. August 1847 was 45 years ago, the year the lighthouse was built. Daniel Marsh must have been the first keeper. But how could his entries appear in a logbook that had been issued to Silas just days ago? Had Thomas Aldrich given him an old journal by mistake? But no, the book had been empty when Silas received it. He was certain of that. He turned more pages, finding more entries in the same old-fashioned hand. September 3rd, 1847. Weather stormy, gale from northeast. Barometer falling rapidly. Lit lamp at 7:30 p.m. Heavy seas washing over lower portions of causeway. Witnessed three-masted brig in distress approximately 2 miles offshore, attempting to make headway against wind and current. Fear she will founder before reaching safe anchorage. Will maintain watch throughout the night. DM. September 4th, 1847. The brig struck rocks at 2:30 a.m. during height of storm. Light was operating properly, but vessel appeared to have lost steering. Witnessed crew launching boats in heavy seas. At dawn, found wreckage scattered along shoreline. 6 bodies recovered, no survivors located. Sent word to Harwich for proper burial arrangements. The sight haunts me still. DM. Silas felt a chill that had nothing to do with the autumn temperature. These entries described real events, historical incidents that had occurred when the lighthouse was new. But they couldn't possibly be in this journal, not in a brand new logbook issued just 11 days ago. He continued reading, finding entries dated throughout 1847 and into 1848, a chronicle of Daniel Marsh's first year as keeper of Crag Point Light. The entries were mundane, similar to Silas's own observations about weather and ships and routine maintenance. But then, in late January 1848, the tone changed. January 28th, 1848. Strange occurrence during night watch. While ascending stairs to trim midnight wick, observed peculiar luminescence within the tower, a glow that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves rather than from any external source. The phenomenon lasted perhaps 30 seconds before fading. No apparent cause or explanation. Lamp continued to function normally throughout. Will observe closely for recurrence. DM. February 2nd, 1848. The luminescence has appeared again, 3 times now in the past week. It manifests without warning, usually during the darkest hours before dawn. The light is pale blue in color and seems to pulse with a rhythm that does not match the rotation of the lens. Most peculiar is that when the glow appears, I experience a strange sensation of disorientation, as though time itself slows or stops. Last night, during one such episode, I counted to 60 during what I believed to be 1 minute, but when I checked the tower clock afterwards, barely 20 seconds had passed according to its mechanism. I begin to question my own perceptions. DM. Silas felt his heartbeat accelerate as he read these words. Daniel Marsh, the Lighthouse's first keeper, had experienced something unexplainable, something that involved time behaving strangely. And now his entries were appearing in Silas's logbook, as though they were somehow reaching forward across 45 years to deliver a message or warning. He turned more pages, but the entries ended abruptly in February 1848. The rest of the book was blank until his own entries began. No explanation was offered for what had happened to Daniel Marsh, or whether the strange luminescence had continued. Silas closed the logbook and sat for a long moment, staring at the case clock in the corner. Its pendulum swung with perfect regularity, tick-tock, tick-tock, marking off the seconds with mathematical precision. Everything in the keeper's dwelling appeared solid, real, explicable by the ordinary laws of physics and nature. Yet something impossible had just occurred, something that suggested the world was stranger than he had ever imagined. The sun was setting now, the lantern room above him still dark. Silas rose from the desk, climbed the tower stairs, and prepared to light the lamp for the night. As he worked, he found himself glancing repeatedly at the tower's limestone walls, watching for any sign of the blue luminescence that Daniel Marsh had described. But the walls remained their normal gray-white color, solid and unremarkable. He lit the lamp, wound the clockwork, and began his night's watch. But for the first time since arriving at Crag Point, Silas Merrick felt a prickling sensation of unease, a sense that he was not merely tending a lighthouse on the Maine coast, but standing at the threshold of something vast and mysterious that he did not yet understand. The night passed uneventfully, the light rotating with its characteristic 10-second interval, the fog bell silent under clear skies. But Silas found it difficult to concentrate on his routine tasks. His mind kept returning to Daniel Marsh's entries, to the question of how they had appeared in a modern logbook, and to the troubling description of time behaving strangely within the tower. At 3 a.m, during his regular ascent to wind the clockwork, Silas paused on the stairs and listened. The tower was never truly silent. The wind whistled around the lantern room. The sea crashed against the rocks below. The clockwork ticked softly in its housing. But beneath these familiar sounds, Silas thought he detected something else, a very faint hum, almost at the edge of hearing, that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. He pressed his hand against the cold limestone, feeling the solid mass of the tower, the weight of A. Part 2. The first anomaly. The manifestation, when it came, arrived not with drama or fanfare, but with the quiet persistence of morning fog rolling in from the sea. It was October 10th, 13 days after Silas Merrick's arrival at Crag Point, and the dawn broke gray and cold over the Atlantic. Silas extinguished the lamp at first light, as was his custom, then began the meticulous process of cleaning the lantern glass and polishing the Fresnel lens. This morning, however, as he worked with his soft cloth and careful circular motions, he became aware of that same faint humming he'd heard 3 nights before, the sound that seemed to come from within the tower's walls. At first, he tried to dismiss it as wind whistling through some crack in the masonry, or perhaps the distant sound of waves echoing up through the tower's hollow core. But as he continued polishing, the hum grew gradually louder, and with it came that peculiar sensation Daniel Marsh had described, a feeling that time itself was moving strangely, that seconds were stretching or contracting in ways that violated all natural law. Silas stopped his work and stood perfectly still in the center of the lantern room, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound. It wasn't coming from any particular direction. Rather, it seemed to permeate the entire space, as though the tower itself were resonating at some frequency just barely perceptible to human hearing. Then he saw it, the blue luminescence Daniel Marsh had written about. It began as a faint glow at the base of the limestone walls, barely visible in the morning light that streamed through the lantern room's windows. At first, Silas thought it might be some trick of the sunlight reflecting off the ocean, but the glow intensified, spreading upward through the stone like liquid seeping through porous rock. The light was pale blue, almost white at its center, and it pulsed with a slow rhythm that reminded Silas of a heartbeat or the breathing of some vast, sleeping creature. He reached out to touch the wall, and the moment his fingers made contact with the glowing stone, his perception of time shattered completely. The sensation was impossible to describe adequately, like trying to explain color to someone who had been blind from birth. Time didn't stop exactly, but it fractured, splitting into multiple streams that all existed simultaneously. Silas could see the lantern room as it was in that present moment, but overlaid upon this vision were other versions of the same space, different moments in time, all compressed into a single instant of perception. He saw the lantern room as it had been when the Lighthouse was new in 1847, the brass fittings still bright and unmarked by weather, the glass pristine, and standing at the window was Daniel Marsh himself, a man of perhaps 30 years with dark hair and a worried expression, looking out at a three-masted brig that was struggling against a storm that, in Silas's present, had occurred 45 years ago. But that wasn't all. Silas also saw the lantern room in what must be its future, the lens still rotating but now dark, no flame burning within its focal point, and the glass dirty and cracked, as though the lighthouse had been abandoned for many years. Through the windows of this future version, he could see an ocean that seemed different somehow, darker perhaps, or was it that the sky had changed? He couldn't focus his attention enough to discern the details before the vision shifted again. Now he was seeing the lantern room from multiple periods simultaneously, layers of time stacked one upon another like sheets of translucent glass. He saw other keepers, men whose names he didn't know, going about their duties in different eras. He saw the tower during a violent storm that must have been truly catastrophic, lightning actually striking the lantern room's lightning rod, the discharge brilliant even against the multiple overlapping visions. He saw a keeper, not Daniel Marsh, but someone later, perhaps in the 1860s or 1870s, staring in obvious terror at something Silas couldn't perceive, the man's face pale and his hands trembling as he backed toward the stairs. And through all of these visions, that blue luminescence continued to pulse, the tower's stone walls glowing with an inner light that seemed to exist outside the normal flow of temporal causation. Silas tried to pull his hand away from the wall, but found he couldn't move. He was locked in place, trapped in this fractured moment where past, present, and future existed as one. Panic began to rise in his chest, his breath coming in short gasps, because part of his mind understood that if he couldn't escape this state, He might become permanently unstuck from normal time, lost in the interstices between moments, neither alive nor dead, but suspended in some liminal space where human consciousness was never meant to venture. With tremendous effort, drawing on reserves of what he didn't know he possessed, Silas forced his fingers to release their grip on the stone. The instant contact broke, the visions vanished. Time snapped back into its singular flow, and he found himself stumbling backward, gasping for air, his heart hammering against his ribs. The blue luminescence faded from the walls. The hum descended back below the threshold of hearing, and the lantern room returned to its ordinary appearance, just limestone and iron and glass, nothing more mysterious than the tools of a lighthouse keeper's trade. Silas stood there for perhaps 5 minutes, simply breathing, waiting for his pulse to slow and his mind to process what had just occurred. He had experienced something impossible, something that violated every principle of physics and natural philosophy that he understood. Time was supposed to be a river flowing in one direction, carrying all things forward from past to present to future. But what he had just witnessed suggested that time was far more complex, far more malleable than any school textbook had ever suggested. When he finally felt steady enough to descend the stairs, Silas went directly to the parlor and opened the logbook. Sure enough, new entries had appeared, entries that described the phenomenon he'd just experienced, but written in different hands by different keepers from different eras. October 10th, 1892. Experienced for the first time the temporal distortion that previous keeper Weatherby warned of in his final days here. The blue luminescence manifested during morning cleaning. Contact with the tower walls produced simultaneous perception of multiple time periods. The experience lasted less than 1 minute but felt far longer. I now understand why Weatherby departed so suddenly. This is beyond natural explanation. Yet I am the keeper, and my duty remains clear regardless of what mysteries this place contains. Silas Merrick. His own handwriting. He was looking at an entry he had just written, but he hadn't written it yet. The logbook was showing him what he would record in his journal that evening, showing him his own future action. Below his entry, in a different hand, was this. October 10th, 1867. 20 years now I have kept this light, and never have I recorded what I experienced this day for fear of being thought mad. But I can no longer remain silent. The tower is a threshold between moments, a place where time does not flow as it should. During the blue luminescence, I have seen my own death, seen it clearly and without ambiguity. I will die in this tower during the great storm of February 1871. I have seen it, and I cannot prevent it, for what is seen in the temporal distortion is fixed and certain. I fear I am trapped in a fate I cannot escape. Jeremiah Locke, principal keeper. Silas felt a cold knot form in his stomach. If Jeremiah Locke had seen his own death 4 years before it occurred, and that vision had proven accurate, then what did that say about the nature of time and fate? Were all futures predetermined, merely waiting to unfold according to some script written in dimensions beyond human perception? He closed the logbook and tried to think rationally about his situation. He could flee, could abandon his post, as Josiah Weatherby had done, returning to Portland and requesting reassignment to any other lighthouse along the coast. No one would think less of him for it. Not really. Lighthouse keeping was difficult enough without having to contend with unexplainable phenomena. But even as he considered this option, Silas knew he wouldn't take it. He was not a man who abandoned his responsibilities, not even in the face of the impossible. Margaret had admired that quality in him, called it steadfastness, and though she was gone now, he could still feel her presence in his choices, the way certain values and principles shape a person's actions long after those who taught them have passed away. More than that, Silas found himself consumed by curiosity. What was causing these temporal distortions? Why did they occur at this particular lighthouse? And most intriguingly, what connection existed between the lighthouse and whatever force or intelligence was behind the blue luminescence? He spent the remainder of the day in careful observation, watching the tower for any sign of recurrence, but the luminescence did not return. The sun tracked its normal course across the sky, shadows lengthening as afternoon gave way to evening. At the appointed time, Silas lit the lamp, wound the clockwork, and began his night watch. But something had changed. Having once perceived the fracturing of time, Silas now found himself hyper-aware of the passage of seconds and minutes. The case clock's ticking seemed louder than before, each tick a small assertion that time was still behaving normally, that the present was still the present and not some confused jumble of different moments existing simultaneously. He tried to focus on routine tasks, on the comforting structure of the keeper's duties, but his mind kept returning to the visions he'd seen. The future version of the lantern room had seemed abandoned, the lens dark and the glass dirty. Did that mean the lighthouse would someday cease operation? Or was he looking at just one possible future among many? And what of Jeremiah Locke's entry, written in 1867, describing his death in 1871? Had that keeper truly seen his own ending? Or was the vision merely one possibility among many? At midnight, as Silas ascended the tower to trim the wick and wind the clockwork, he paused again on the stairs to listen. The faint hum was still there, barely audible beneath the wind and waves, a constant drone that seemed to emanate from the tower's very bones. He pressed his ear against the wall and heard it more clearly, a sound like distant machinery or perhaps like the ocean itself, but heard from underwater, muffled and strange. In the lantern room, he found the Fresnel lens rotating as it should, the flame bright and steady, casting its regularly paced flashes out across the dark Atlantic. But now, having experienced the temporal distortion, Silas looked at the lens differently. The device was designed to focus and amplify light, to take a simple flame and transform it into a beacon visible for 17 miles. But what if it did more than that? What if the lens's intricate arrangement of prisms and the tower's limestone construction created some kind of resonance, some interaction between light and stone and the fundamental structure of space-time itself? He remembered what Thomas Aldrich had mentioned during his first day, how Augustin Jean Fresnel, the inventor of these lenses, had supposedly been investigating not just the spatial properties of light, but its temporal characteristics as well. What if Fresnel had discovered something that French physicists have been too frightened or too prudent to fully explore? What if every lighthouse equipped with a Fresnel lens was potentially a temporal anomaly, a place where time could become unstuck? But no, that couldn't be right. There were hundreds of lighthouses along the world's coasts, many equipped with Fresnel lenses, and Silas had never heard of temporal distortions occurring at any of them. Something about Crag Point specifically, something about this particular combination of location and structure, must be creating the conditions for these phenomena. He completed his midnight duties and descended once more to the keeper's dwelling. The night was growing colder, October asserting its dominion over the fading warmth of September, and Silas added more coal to the kitchen stove before settling into the wooden chair at his desk. He opened the logbook once more and paged through it slowly, reading all the entries from different eras that had manifested since his arrival. The earliest was Daniel Marsh's account from 1847. The most recent, before Silas's own notations, were dated September 1892, written in a hasty, almost frantic hand that must have belonged to Josiah Weatherby, the keeper who had fled so suddenly. September 14th, 1892. Cannot endure another day in this accursed place. The visions grow stronger and more frequent. Last night I saw the lighthouse as it will be centuries hence, the tower still standing but surrounded by water that has risen to cover the causeway entirely. Climate changed, oceans higher, land drowned. And I saw creatures, not human, but not entirely alien either, maintaining the light for reasons I cannot fathom. They looked at me through the temporal rift, looked directly at me, and I felt their minds touch mine, vast and cold and ancient. I am leaving at first light, will tell Aldrich at his family matters, but the truth is I fear for my sanity if I remain. Let another tend this light. Let another wrestle with these impossibilities. I am done. Je will be. So Weatherby had seen even further into the future than Silas had glimpsed, had seen a version of the world where the oceans had risen and strange beings maintained the lighthouse for their own mysterious purposes. And the experience had driven him away, unable to reconcile what he'd witnessed with his understanding of reality. Silas closed the journal and stared at the case clock, watching its pendulum swing back and forth with hypnotic regularity. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Each swing of the pendulum represented the passage of 1 second, time flowing forward in its ordained direction, past becoming present, becoming future, in the endless progression that defined human existence. But what he had experienced today suggested that this linear view of time was an illusion, or at least a vast simplification of something far more complex. If past, present, and future could exist simultaneously, if they could bleed into one another under certain conditions, then what did that mean for concepts like cause and effect? For free will, for the very notion of a fixed, deterministic universe? These were questions far beyond Silas Merrick's training or education. He was a lighthouse keeper, a man of practical skills and methodical habits, not a philosopher or theoretical physicist. Yet the tower had thrust these impossible questions upon him, forcing him to confront mysteries that perhaps no human was meant to fully comprehend. He made his entry in the logbook for the day, describing the temporal distortion in as much detail as he could manage, then added a final note. I do not understand what is occurring here, but I am determined to observe and record these phenomena as accurately as possible. Perhaps in doing so, I may come to some understanding or at least provide information that future investigators might find useful. I will not flee as Weatherby did, This lighthouse is my responsibility, and I will not abandon it, regardless of what mysteries it contains." As he wrote these words, Silas felt their truth settle into his bones. He would stay. He would keep the light burning, and he would try to understand what force or intelligence was causing time to behave so strangely at Crag Point. Outside, the October night deepened, the stars wheeling slowly overhead in their ancient patterns, marking the passage of celestial time on scales vast beyond human reckoning. The lighthouse beam rotated with mechanical precision. Flash, darkness, a pulse of light in the void that said to passing ships, "Here is safety. Here is orientation. Here is a fixed point in a changeable world." But Silas, sitting alone in the keeper's dwelling with a logbook open before him, knew that the lighthouse was not fixed at all. It was a threshold, a liminal space where the past and present and future converged, where time itself became fluid and malleable, where a man might see echoes of moments that had been and visions of moments yet to come. And as the night wore on and the case clock continued its patient counting of seconds, Silas Merrick began to suspect that he had been chosen for this post not by chance or simple bureaucratic assignment, but by something far more purposeful, as though the lighthouse itself had been waiting for him, waiting for someone with the temperament and determination to confront its mysteries rather than flee from them. What those mysteries might reveal, he could not yet say. But he knew, with a certainty that transcended rational thought, that the temporal distortions were not random accidents, but deliberate phenomena, manifestations of some intelligence or force that existed beyond ordinary human perception. And as dawn approached, and the time came to extinguish the lamp for another day, Silas climbed the tower stairs with a strange mixture of trepidation and anticipation, wondering if the blue luminescence would return and what new impossible truths it might reveal about the nature of time, reality, and the thin boundaries that separate one moment from the next. Part 3. Echoes from the Deep. The weeks that followed Silas Merrick's first encounter with the temporal distortion brought a change in the very atmosphere of Crag Point Lighthouse. The building itself seemed to have awakened, as though Silas's acknowledgement of its strange properties had somehow given it permission to reveal itself more fully. The blue luminescence appeared now with increasing frequency, sometimes multiple times per day, and each manifestation brought with it new visions, new glimpses into moments that existed outside the normal flow of time. But it wasn't only the temporal phenomena that troubled Silas during those October days. The ocean itself seemed different, more restless, more alive with something beyond mere wind and wave. At night, when he stood watch in a lantern room, he would often see lights moving beneath the surface of the water, pale green phosphorescence that swirled in patterns too complex and deliberate to be mere bioluminescence. The lights formed shapes that almost resembled writing, hieroglyphs or runes spelling out messages in a language Silas couldn't read, and they were always accompanied by that same low hum that emanated from the tower's walls. On the morning of October 23rd, Silas woke to find the causeway submerged beneath an unusually high tide, cutting him off completely from the mainland. This wasn't uncommon. High tides regularly covered the rocky path for hours at a time, but something about this particular inundation felt different. The water seemed darker than usual, almost black despite the morning sun, and it moved with currents that defied the normal patterns of tidal flow. He stood at the window of the keeper's dwelling, watching the water swirl around the base of the tower, and he could swear he saw shapes moving just beneath the surface. They were large, far larger than any fish that should inhabit these coastal waters, and they moved with a sinuous, undulating motion that reminded him of sea serpents from old sailors' tales. But every time he tried to focus his attention on one of these shapes, it would vanish as though it existed just slightly outside his normal field of perception. The isolation brought on by the high tide gave Silas time to study the logbook more carefully. He had been reading the entries chronologically, but now he began to look for patterns, connections between the experiences of different keepers across different eras. What he found both fascinated and disturbed him. Every keeper who had served at Crag Point for more than a few months had experienced the temporal distortions. Every single one. And each keeper's response to these experiences fell into one of three categories. Some, like Josiah Weatherby, had fled in terror. Others had attempted to rationalize what they'd witnessed, convincing themselves that the visions were hallucinations brought on by isolation or fatigue. But a very few, had done what Silas was attempting to do, had tried to understand and document the phenomena systematically. The most extensive records came from a keeper named Nathaniel Gorham, who had tended the light from 1855 to 1872, a remarkable 17-year tenure. Gorham had been a former ship's captain before an injury ended his seafaring career, and he brought a navigator's precision to his observations of the temporal anomalies. His entries filled dozens of pages in the logbook, each one meticulously dated and described. June 12, 1859, have begun to discern a pattern in the manifestations. The blue luminescence appears most frequently during the new moon, when tidal forces are at their strongest. Additionally, the phenomena seem to intensify during periods of unusual solar activity. Yesterday observed what astronomers call a solar storm, visible as spectacular auroral displays even at our latitude. That night, the temporal distortions were particularly vivid and prolonged. I theorized that some combination of gravitational forces and electromagnetic radiation creates the conditions necessary for the temporal rifts to form. The tower itself must serve as a kind of focus or amplifier for these forces. In Gorham, Silas read this entry with growing excitement. Here was someone who had approached the mystery scientifically, who had looked for correlations and causal relationships rather than simply recording isolated incidents. He turned the page and found Gorham's observations becoming even more detailed. September 3rd, 1860, have made a disturbing discovery. During last night's temporal distortion, I intentionally made contact with the tower wall and attempted to direct my attention toward a specific moment in the past. I found that with concentration, I could focus the vision somewhat, could choose which temporal layer to observe most clearly. I directed my attention toward the year 1834, 13 years before this lighthouse was built, hoping to see what existed at Crag Point before construction began. What I saw has shaken me profoundly. The promontory was not empty. There are structures here, not European in design, but far older, stone formations that seemed both natural and artificial, as though shaped by intelligence, but following organic principles. And there were figures moving among these structures, human in form, but not quite human in appearance. They were engaged in some kind of ritual or ceremony centered on the exact spot where the lighthouse now stands. I cannot discern details, but I received a powerful impression that these beings were performing some working of immense significance, something that involved the fundamental nature of this location. When the vision faded, I was left with the unsettling conviction that the lighthouse was not built at Crag Point by accident. This location has been significant for far longer than recorded history suggests. NG. Silas set the logbook down and walked to the window, staring out at the dark water still covering the causeway. The implications of Gorham's observations were staggering. If there had been some kind of ancient site at Crag Point before the lighthouse was built, some place of ritual or ceremony connected to the temporal anomalies, then the modern tower might have been constructed atop something far older and more mysterious than anyone realized. He thought back to what he knew of the lighthouse's construction. It had been built in 1847 as part of a broader expansion of navigational aids along the Maine coast. The location had been chosen for its prominent position and clear visibility from sea, but also because the rocky promontory provided a stable foundation for the tower. The construction had proceeded without incident according to all official records, the workers completing the project in less than 9 months. But what if those workers had discovered something during excavation? What if they had found evidence of earlier construction, older structures buried beneath the rock and soil? And what if someone, perhaps Daniel Marsh, the first keeper, or the architect who designed the lighthouse, had realized that this site possessed unusual properties? Silas's thoughts were interrupted by a sound that made his blood run cold. It came from below, from the base of the tower where the keeper's dwelling connected to the lighthouse proper. It was a voice, or something like a voice, calling his name. Silas Merrick. The sound was distorted, elongated, as though coming from a great distance or through some medium denser than air. It was neither entirely masculine nor feminine, but possessed qualities of both, along with something else, something that suggested vast age and alien intelligence. He grabbed the whale oil lantern from the kitchen table and descended the short flight of stairs that led from the dwelling into the base of the tower. The lighthouse's ground floor was primarily used for storage, containing spare parts, tools, fuel canisters, and other supplies. Silas had been down here many times since his arrival, but never before had the space felt so oppressive, so charged with a presence that he could almost see from the corner of his eye. The voice came again, emanating now from the walls themselves. Keeper, who had been waiting so long, waiting for one who would not flee. Silas held his lantern high, its yellow light pushing back shadows that seemed somehow darker than mere absence of illumination. "Who are you?" he called out, his voice steadier than he felt. "What do you want?" There was a pause, as though whatever intelligence was speaking had to consider how to communicate with him. Then the voice resumed, clearer now, more focused. "We're those who came before, those who built upon this place when your kind were still young. We are the keepers of the threshold between moments. And you, Silas Merrick, you are called to join us in our watching." The blue luminescence began to appear on the walls, but this time it was different, more intense, more purposeful. The glow concentrated itself into a roughly circular pattern at the far end of the storage chamber, illuminating a section of wall that Silas had barely noticed before. The limestone blocks in this area were slightly different from the rest of the tower's construction, darker in color and arranged in a pattern that now, highlighted by the strange light, revealed itself to be something more than random masonry. The blocks formed a doorway, an arched opening that should have been impossible because Silas knew with certainty that beyond this wall was only solid rock. The promontory's geology had been surveyed before construction, and the tower's foundation had been built directly upon the native granite of the headland. There should be nothing behind this wall except stone. Yet the doorway was there, revealed by the blue light, and as Silas watched, the blocks within the arch seemed to fade, becoming translucent, then transparent, then finally vanishing entirely to reveal a passage descending into darkness. "Come," the voice said. "Come and see what the lighthouse protects. Come and learn your true purpose here." Every rational impulse told Silas to flee, to climb the tower stairs, and lock himself in the lantern room until this impossibility passed. But something deeper than rationality compelled him forward, some intuition that this was why he had been drawn to Crag Point, why he had been willing to take a post that other keepers had abandoned in terror. He stepped through the archway. The passage beyond was not natural, though neither was it quite artificial in any sense Silas recognized. The walls were smooth, but not polished, curved but not perfectly cylindrical, as though they had been formed by some process that blended geological and architectural principles. The blue luminescence continued to glow from the stone, providing enough light to see by, and the passage descended at a gentle angle, spiraling down into the heart of the promontory. Silas walked carefully, one hand trailing along the wall, the other holding his now unnecessary lantern. The air in the passage was cool but not cold, and it carried a scent that reminded him of the ocean but was somehow older, more primal, as though he were breathing the atmosphere of an ancient sea that had existed before the Atlantic formed. The passage spiraled down for what felt like several minutes, though Silas had difficulty judging time in this place. The normal markers by which he oriented himself, the sound of the ocean, the wind, the ticking of clocks, were all absent here, replaced by a profound silence broken only by his footsteps and breathing. Then the passage opened into a chamber. It was vast, far larger than should be possible given the dimensions of the promontory above. The ceiling rose into darkness beyond the reach of the blue luminescence, and the walls curved away in all directions, suggesting a roughly circular or perhaps spherical space. At the chamber's center stood a structure that Silas could only describe as a mechanism, though it resembled no machine he had ever seen. It consisted of what appeared to be crystal formations, some natural and some clearly shaped by intelligence, arranged in complex geometric patterns around a central column that extended from floor to ceiling. The crystals glowed with their own internal light, pulsing in rhythm with that pervasive hum that Silas had heard emanating from the tower walls. Between the crystals, patterns of light moved, not exactly like the reflections from the Fresnel lens above, but similar in principle, as though this mechanism was also designed to focus and direct something, some force or energy that existed beyond the merely optical. "What is this place?" Silas whispered, his voice echoing strangely in the vast chamber. The voice that had called him down here now seemed to come from everywhere at once, as though the chamber itself were speaking. "This is the temporal anchor," it said, "built by those who came before humanity walked upright, built to stabilize the flow of time in this region, to prevent the catastrophic unraveling that occurred elsewhere." Silas approached the mechanism slowly, drawn by a fascination that overcame his fear. As he drew closer, he began to see details he'd missed at first. The crystals weren't just arranged geometrically. They were connected by threads of what looked like solidified light, creating a three-dimensional web of extraordinary complexity. And within this web, he could see images, glimpses of different moments in time, all occurring simultaneously within the mechanism structure. He saw the promontory as it had been thousands of years ago, covered in thick forest, with figures that might have been human or might have been something else moving among the trees. He saw the land as it would be in the far future, partially submerged by rising seas, just as Josiah Weatherby had described, but still inhabited by beings who maintained the lighthouse for purposes Silas couldn't guess. He saw moments from his own life, both past and future, including images of Margaret before her illness, and glimpses of himself as an old man, still tending the light decades hence. All of these visions existed simultaneously within the temporal anchor, not as memories or predictions, but as actual moments of time, somehow made spatially present within the mechanism structure. "The anchor maintains temporal coherence," the voice continued. "Without it, causality would become unstable in this region. Past and future would collapse into the present. Reality itself would fragment." "Who built this?" Silas asked. "And why here?" "Those who built it are long gone from this world," the voice replied. "They were caretakers of reality's deep structure, what you might call engineers of space-time itself. They recognized that certain locations on your planet's surface are naturally thin places, where the barriers between moments are weak. Crag Point is one such location. The anchor was built to manage these weaknesses, to ensure that time flowed stably rather than fragmenting chaotically." Silas tried to process this information, to fit it into his understanding of how the world worked. But if this mechanism maintains the flow of time, why are there temporal distortions in the lighthouse? Why can I see past and future when I touch the tower walls? "The anchor is failing," the voice said, and Silas detected what might have been sorrow or regret in its tone. "It has operated for millennia beyond its designed lifespan. The crystals are degrading, their connections weakening. The temporal distortions you experience are symptoms of this degradation. Leakage from the anchor's failing containment." A cold dread settled over Silas. What happens if it fails completely? The silence that followed was answer enough, but the voice eventually spoke again. "Temporal coherence will collapse in an expanding radius from this point. At first, the effects will be localized, confined to Crag Point and the immediate vicinity. But the collapse will spread, gradually encompassing larger areas. Eventually, if left unchecked, the entire eastern seaboard could become temporally unstable. Past, present, and future would exist simultaneously. Causality would become meaningless. It would be, in essence, the end of linear time for millions of human beings. Silas felt his legs weaken, and he had to lean against one of the chamber's walls for support. The magnitude of what he was being told was almost incomprehensible. He was just a lighthouse keeper, a man of simple skills and modest education. How could he possibly be expected to deal with something of this cosmic significance? "Why are you telling me this?" he asked. "What can I possibly do about it?" "The anchor requires a keeper," the voice replied. "Just as the lighthouse above requires tending, so too does the mechanism below require someone to monitor its function, to make adjustments, to perform maintenance. The builders designed it to operate indefinitely, but they could not account for every contingency over such vast spans of time. It needs human attention now, human consciousness interacting with its structure to help stabilize the failing connections." "But I don't understand how any of this works," Silas protested. "I'm not a scientist or an engineer. I tend oil lamps and wind clockwork mechanisms. This is beyond anything I can comprehend." "Understanding will come," the voice assured him. "The anchor is partially sentient, a consequence of its long operation and the temporal forces it manages. It will teach you what you need to know, guide your hands in the necessary maintenance. But you must be willing to accept this responsibility. You must be willing to become not just the keeper of the lighthouse, but the keeper of time itself for this place." Silas stood in the vast chamber, staring at the pulsing crystals and the threads of light that connected them, watching the visions of past and future play out within the mechanism structure. He thought of Margaret, of the life they had planned together that had been cut short by disease. He thought of his sons, gone west to seek their fortunes. He thought of all the ordinary dreams and desires that had once seemed so important. And then he thought of the millions of people living their lives along the eastern seaboard, unaware that their very existence depended on a mechanism buried beneath a lonely lighthouse on the Maine coast. If he refused this responsibility, if he fled as Weatherby had done, what would happen to them? How long before the anchor's failure spread beyond Crag Point, before time itself began to unravel? "I'll do it," he said quietly. "I'll be the keeper. Tell me what I need to do." The blue luminescence in the chamber brightened, as though the anchor itself were responding to his acceptance. The voice, which Silas now understood was some emergent property of the mechanism's operation, spoke with what might have been relief or gratitude. "Approach the central column," it instructed. "Place both hands upon its surface. The anchor will interface with your consciousness. You will experience disorientation, perhaps even pain, as the connection is established. But you must not break contact until the process is complete. Do you understand?" Silas nodded and stepped forward to the central column. Up close, he could see that it was not a single piece, but a complex assembly of crystalline structures that seemed to grow together into a unified whole. The surface was neither warm nor cold to the touch, but seemed to exist at exactly his body temperature, making it difficult to tell where his skin ended and the crystal began. He placed both palms flat against the column, and immediately the world exploded into sensation. Every moment of his life occurred simultaneously. He was a child again, learning to walk, feeling his mother's hand supporting him. He was a young man, meeting Margaret for the first time at a church social, feeling his heart race at her smile. He was middle-aged, standing beside her grave, feeling the weight of loss that had driven him to seek isolation. He was old, ancient even, tending the lighthouse as his body slowly failed, but his mind remained sharp, keeping his vigil across decades. But these weren't just memories. They were actual moments, all existing at once in what the anchor called temporal coherence. He could feel the connections between them, the causal threads that linked each moment to the next, creating the narrative structure that humans called a life, a story, an existence. And beyond his own timeline, he could perceive others. He sensed the lives of every keeper who had served at Crag Point, their timelines interweaving with the lighthouse's own history. He felt the presence of the ancient builders, those who had created the anchor in an age before recorded history, their consciousness somehow preserved within the mechanism's crystalline structure. He even glimpsed the lives of those yet to come, future keepers who would tend both lighthouse and anchor across centuries still unwritten. The pain was immense, as the voice had warned. His consciousness was not meant to perceive reality in this way, to hold multiple timelines in simultaneous awareness. It felt as though his mind were being stretched to encompass something infinitely larger than itself, and he feared that he would lose himself entirely, that his identity would dissolve into the vast temporal ocean that the anchor revealed. But just when he thought he could endure no more, something changed. The pain began to recede, replaced by a strange sense of clarity. He was still Silas Merrick, still a lighthouse keeper for Maine, but he was also something more now. He had become a node in the anchor's network, a point of consciousness that could interact with and help stabilize the mechanism's failing structure. He could see now, with perceptions that extended beyond normal sight, the points where the anchor's connections were weakest. He could sense the degradation in certain crystals, the places where the threads of temporal coherence were fraying. And more importantly, he could feel how to address these problems, how to make the small adjustments and repairs that would help maintain the mechanism's function. The voice spoke again, but now it seemed to come from within his own thoughts, as though the anchor and his consciousness had merged at some fundamental level. You see now, it said, you understand your purpose. The maintenance is delicate, but not beyond human capability. Each day, you must ascend to this chamber. You must walk the perimeter, sensing the points of instability. Where you find weakness, you must focus your will, channeling energy from the stronger connections to reinforce the failing ones. It is like tending a garden, but instead of plants, you cultivate moments, connections between past and future that sustain the flow of time. Silas nodded, though he wasn't sure if the gesture had any meaning in this state. How long must I do this? How long before the anchor fails completely? That depends on the quality of your maintenance, the voice replied. With diligent care, the mechanism can function for decades more, perhaps even centuries. But eventually, it will fail beyond any keeper's ability to repair. When that time comes, a choice will have to be made. But that is a concern for another day, another keeper. For now, your task is simply to tend what can be tended, to preserve what can be preserved. Slowly, gently, Silas withdrew his hand from the central column. The expanded perception faded, though it didn't disappear entirely. He retained a kind of residual awareness, a sense of the temporal currents flowing through and around Crag Point, but his consciousness had returned primarily to its normal state, anchored in the present moment. He stood for a long moment in the chamber, simply breathing, adjusting to his new reality. He was still a lighthouse keeper, but his duties had expanded to encompass something far more profound than maintaining an oil lamp and polishing glass. He was now responsible for maintaining the integrity of time itself, at least for this small corner of the world. "The lighthouse above," he said to the voice, "does it serve any purpose beyond navigation? Is there a connection between the beacon and the anchor?" "Yes," the voice confirmed. The lighthouse was built, though not entirely consciously by its human architects, to serve as a kind of focusing structure for the anchor's energies. The rotation of the Fresnel lens, the regular pulses of light, these create a rhythmic pattern that helps stabilize temporal flow. Additionally, the lighthouse serves as a marker, a signal to those who understand such things that this is a maintained site, a place where the boundaries between moments are being properly tended. In future ages, when humanity has progressed further in its understanding of temporal mechanics, the lighthouse will serve as a beacon in more than merely nautical terms. This revelation gave Silas a strange sense of comfort. His work above, the ordinary duties of keeping the light burning, were not separate from his new responsibilities below. They were aspects of the same essential task, maintaining order and coherence in a world where chaos and dissolution were always threatening. He walked slowly back through the spiraling passage, ascending toward the base of the tower. As he climbed, he thought about all the keepers who had come before him, especially Nathaniel Gorham, who had served for 17 years and had documented the temporal phenomena so meticulously. Had Gorham known about the anchor? Had he been down to the chamber and interfaced with the mechanism? Silas suspected he had, though the logbook entries had never explicitly mentioned it. Perhaps there were some secrets too profound to commit to writing, some knowledge that could only be understood through direct experience. When he emerged back into the storage chamber, the archway behind him had already faded, the limestone blocks once again appearing solid and unremarkable. But Silas knew he could find his way back whenever necessary. He could feel the passage now, feel its presence in a spatial sense that existed alongside his normal perception. He climbed the stairs back to the keeper's dwelling and looked at the case clock. To his surprise, barely 20 minutes had passed since he'd first heard the voice calling his name. His journey to the chamber and his interface with the anchor, which had felt like it lasted hours, had occurred in less time than it took to wind the lighthouse's clockwork mechanism. Time, he was learning, was far more flexible than he had ever imagined. That evening, as Silas lit the lamp and began his night watch, he felt the connection between the beacon above and the anchor below, felt how the rotating light helped maintain temporal coherence through principles that existed beyond ordinary physics. He thought about the sailors who would see this light tonight, who would use it to navigate safely through the darkness, never knowing that it served a purpose far more significant than mere navigation. And he thought about his own future, the decades he had glimpsed during his interface with the anchor, the years of patient service still ahead of him. He would grow old in this place, would tend both lighthouse and mechanism until his body finally failed. But the work would continue after him, as it had continued through generations of keepers before him. He was no longer just Silas Merrick, widower and lighthouse keeper. He was now the keeper of time, guardian of the temporal boundaries, a small but essential part of something vast and ancient that worked to preserve the flow of moments that most people took entirely for granted. It was a lonely responsibility, he knew. He could never speak of it to anyone who had not experienced the anchor directly. He would live out his days in isolation, keeping vigil over mysteries that the world neither knew about nor could understand. But as he stood in the lantern room, watching the Fresnel lens rotate and the beams sweep across the dark Atlantic, Silas felt a profound sense of purpose that he hadn't experienced since Margaret's death. His life had meaning again, not because of what it might bring him personally, but because his actions mattered to something larger than himself. The ocean stretched away into the night, black and vast and eternal. Somewhere out there, ships were making their way through the darkness, their crews trusting in the lights along the coast to guide them safely. And here at Crag Point, the Lighthouse did more than guide ships. It helped guide time itself, maintaining the orderly progression of moments that allowed reality to function, that kept the past in the past and the future in the future, while preserving the precious present where human consciousness existed. Silas Merrick, keeper of time, settled into his watch, ready to fulfill his duties both above and below, ready to tend to mechanisms both mechanical and mystical that kept this small corner of the world safe from temporal chaos. And the lighthouse beam rotated on through the night. Flash, darkness, flash, darkness, marking off the seconds with patient regularity, a luminous affirmation that time was still flowing as it should, that the boundaries between moments were being properly maintained, that reality remained coherent and whole. For now, at least. For now. Part 4. The Temporal Rift. The winter of 1892 came early to the Maine coast, bringing with it storms of unusual ferocity that old sailors claimed were unlike anything they'd witnessed in 50 years at sea. The first major nor'easter struck in mid-November, 3 weeks earlier than typical, bringing with it winds that exceeded 60 miles per hour and seas that crashed against Crag Point with such violence that Silas feared the entire promontory might be torn away and cast into the Atlantic's dark depths. During these storms, Silas discovered that his responsibilities as keeper of time became exponentially more demanding. The temporal anchor, he learned through his growing connection with the mechanism, was sensitive to certain kinds of atmospheric and geomagnetic disturbances. Major storms, particularly those accompanied by lightning and unusual electromagnetic activity, created fluctuations in the temporal field that the anchor struggled to stabilize. On the night of November 18th, as the storm reached its peak fury, Silas was conducting his routine maintenance in the chamber beneath the lighthouse when the anchor's central column began to pulse with an irregular rhythm that immediately alarmed him. The blue luminescence that normally glowed steadily from the crystals started to flicker, and the threads of light connecting the various components of the mechanism began to dim and brighten erratically, as though the entire system were struggling against some external force. He placed his hands on the central column, seeking to understand what was happening, and immediately his consciousness was flooded with perceptions of temporal chaos. The storm above wasn't just atmospheric, it was creating disturbances in the fundamental structure of space-time around Crag Point. The normally stable flow of time was becoming turbulent, fragmenting into streams that flowed at different rates, and in some cases, actually flowing backward. Through his connection with the anchor, Silas could sense these temporal currents as though they were physical forces like winds or tides. He could feel moments from the past pushing forward into the present, try to manifest themselves in the physical world. Simultaneously, echoes from possible futures were bleeding backward, creating a confused jumble of causality where effect preceded cause and where events that hadn't happened yet were somehow already leaving traces in the now. The voice that spoke through the anchor, which Silas had come to think of as his only companion in this strange vigil, addressed him with an urgency he hadn't heard before. The storm has created a temporary weakening in the temporal barriers, it said. The anchor is struggling to maintain coherence. You must help stabilize the connections, channel your will through the mechanism to reinforce the flow of time. Ow! Silas asked, feeling panic rise in his chest. He had been performing the daily maintenance tasks, making small adjustments to individual crystals, reinforcing weak connections. But this was something entirely different in scale and intensity. The entire system was on the verge of collapse. Focus your consciousness, the voice instructed. Perceive the temporal streams around you. Find the ones that are flowing backward or in loops. Use your will to redirect them forward, to restore the proper sequence of cause and effect. Silas closed his eyes and extended his awareness through the anchor structure, trying to perceive the temporal currents as the voice described. At first, he could sense nothing but chaos, a confused jumble of moments all trying to exist simultaneously. But gradually, as he concentrated, patterns began to emerge from the disorder. He could see that time around Crag Point was fragmenting into multiple streams, like a river splitting around obstacles. Some of these streams were flowing forward normally, but others had become caught in eddy currents, circling back upon themselves to create temporal loops. Still others had actually reversed direction, flowing from future toward past in violation of causality's arrow. With tremendous effort, Silas began to work on these distorted streams, trying to straighten them out to restore their proper forward flow. It was like trying to untangle an impossibly complex knot, and he quickly discovered that touching one stream affected all the others, creating cascade effects that sometimes worsen the problem rather than solving it. Hours passed, though Silas had no sense of their passage. His entire being was focused on the task of temporal maintenance, of preserving the boundaries between moments that most humans never even consciously perceived. The physical world around him, the chamber and the lighthouse and the storm, all faded into irrelevance. All that mattered was the flow of time itself, the preservation of causality, the maintenance of coherent reality. Gradually, painfully, he began to make progress. One by one, he managed to redirect the backward-flowing streams, convincing them to resume their proper forward motion. He dissolved the temporal loops, releasing the moments that had been trapped in cyclical repetition. And he reinforced the weakest connections in the anchor structure, channeling energy from his own consciousness to help stabilize the failing crystals. But just when he thought he had the situation under control, something catastrophic occurred. One of the major crystalline structures in the anchor, a formation that Silas had been gradually reinforcing over the past weeks, suddenly fractured. The crack wasn't physical. though it appeared as such to Silas's expanded perception. It was a temporal fracture, a break in the mechanism's ability to maintain coherence across a specific range of moments. And through this fracture, something began to pour into the present. It was the past, but not the past as memory or as vision. It was the actual past, manifesting physically in the chamber around Silas, displacing the present like water, displacing air. Suddenly, Silas found himself no longer alone in the chamber. Standing before him was a figure dressed in clothing from an earlier era, a man of perhaps 30 years with dark hair and intense eyes who was staring at the temporal anchor with an expression of profound concentration. Silas recognized him from the visions he'd seen. This was Daniel Marsh, the Lighthouse's first keeper, and he was experiencing what appeared to be his own moment of interface with the anchor, an event that had occurred 45 years ago. But it wasn't a vision. Marsh was actually present, physically manifest in the chamber, occupying the same space as Silas despite being separated from him by nearly half a century. And Marsh could see Silas. The first keeper's eyes widened in shock, and he stumbled backward, breaking contact with the central column. "Who are you?" he gasped. "How did you come to be here?" Silas tried to respond, but found he couldn't speak. The temporal rift that had allowed Marsh to manifest in the present had created a peculiar effect. The two men could see and hear each other, but they existed in slightly different temporal frequencies, like two radio signals on adjacent channels. The communication was possible, but distorted. "I am the keeper," Silas managed to say, his voice sounding strange even to his own ears, echoed and delayed, as though traveling across the 45 years that separated them. "I'm Silas Merrick. I tend this light in the year 1892. Marsh's face showed a complex mixture of emotions, fear, wonder, and a kind of desperate hope. "Then you understand," he said. "You know about the anchor, about what we guard here." "I know," Silas confirmed. "But there's a problem, a fracture. I don't know how to repair it." Before Marsh could respond, another figure began to materialize in the chamber. This one was older, perhaps in his 60s, with a weathered face and hands scarred by decades of labor. Silas recognized him from the logbook entries. This was Nathaniel Gorham, the keeper who had served from 1855 to 1872 and who had documented the temporal phenomena so meticulously. Gorham appeared to be in the middle of his own maintenance task, his hands on the central column, his eyes closed in concentration. When he opened them and saw both Silas and Marsh standing before him, he didn't seem surprised. Instead, he nodded as though he had been expecting this. "The convergence," he said simply. "I saw this moment coming, saw that the three of us would be brought together across time when the anchor faced its greatest crisis." More figures began to appear, keepers from different eras, all manifesting in the chamber as the temporal fracture widened. Silas saw Jeremiah Locke, the keeper who had foreseen his own death. He saw keepers whose names he didn't know, men and one woman who had served Crag Point across the decades. And he saw others who were not keepers at all, figures in strange clothing who could only be from the future, descendants of those who would tend both Lighthouse and Anchor in years yet to come. All of them were experiencing their own moments of interface with the mechanism, their own crises of temporal maintenance, and the fracture had brought them all together into this single impossible instant where past, present, and future existed simultaneously. The chamber began to change around them, its appearance shifting rapidly through different versions of itself across time. Silas saw the chamber as it must have been when the ancient builders first created it, the crystals newly formed and glowing with vibrant energy. He saw it as it was in his present, the crystals showing their age and degradation. And he saw it as it would be in the distant future, some crystals dark and dead, others replaced with technologies that combine the ancient principles with modern innovations. Through all of these shifting visions, one thing remained constant: the central column, the heart of the temporal anchor, pulsing with its eternal rhythm, maintaining what coherence it could across the chaos of fragmenting time. The voice spoke again, but now it seemed to address all the assembled keepers simultaneously, its words echoing across the decades. "The fracture threatens to expand," it said. "If left unchecked, it will create a permanent rift in time, a wound in causality that will allow past and future to bleed freely into one another. The consequences would be catastrophic, not just for Crag Point, but for an expanding region that could eventually encompass the entire Atlantic coast. How do we stop it?" Silas heard himself asking, his voice joining with the voices of other keepers, all asking the same question across time. "You must work together," the voice replied. "Though separated by years, you are all connected through your interface with the anchor. Use this connection. Pool your consciousness, your will, your determination to maintain temporal order. Together, you have the strength to repair the fracture. Separately, you will fail." Silas looked at the other keepers, at Daniel Marsh and Nathaniel Gorham and all the others, including those from the future who appeared as ghostly, semi-transparent figures. Despite the bizarre circumstances, he saw the same determination in their eyes that he felt in his own heart. They were all guardians of this place, all dedicated to the same purpose across the vast span of time that separated them. Almost without conscious decision, Silas and the other keepers all moved simultaneously toward the central column. They placed their hands upon its surface, not physically touching one another, for they existed in different moments, but connected nonetheless through the anchor structure. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. Silas felt his consciousness merge with those of the other keepers, felt their knowledge and experience flowing into him even as his own awareness flowed into them. He understood in that instant what Daniel Marsh had learned during the Lighthouse's first years, the initial discoveries about the anchor's nature. He knew what Nathaniel Gorham had documented, the patterns and correlations that revealed the mechanism's operating principles. He experienced Jeremiah Locke's final moments, facing the death he had foreseen with courage and acceptance. And he glimpsed the knowledge of future keepers, the innovations and adaptations they would develop to maintain the anchor as its original components continued to fail. All of this information came to him in a cascade of understanding that would have been incomprehensible if experienced individually, but which made perfect sense when perceived as part of the collective consciousness of all the keepers across time. And with this combined knowledge came combined power. The merged consciousness of all the anchor's keepers, past, present, and future, focused itself on the temporal fracture, applying pressure from multiple directions across time, working to seal the break before it could expand further. The process was neither quick nor easy. The fracture resisted their efforts, the forces of temporal chaos fighting against the Keeper's attempts to restore order. But gradually, increment by increment, they began to make progress. The flow of past moments into the present slowed, then stopped. The bleeding of future possibilities backward through time diminished. And the fracture itself, that crack in the anchor structure, began to close. Silas poured everything he had into the effort, every ounce of will and determination, every bit of strength, physical and mental. He felt the other keepers doing the same, each contributing what they could across the barriers of time. They were separate individuals, but in this moment, they functioned as a single organism, a composite consciousness dedicated to a single purpose. Finally, after what felt like hours but might have been only minutes or might even have been days, the fracture sealed. The temporal streams around Crag Point resumed their proper forward flow. The past retreated back into the past. The future withdrew into potentiality, and the present reclaimed its rightful dominion over the now. The other keepers began to fade from Silas's perception, returning to their own moments in time. But before they vanished completely, Nathaniel Gorham looked directly at Silas and spoke words that seemed to come from a great distance. "You did well, Keeper," he said, "better than many who have held this post. But remember, this was only one crisis. There will be others. The anchor grows weaker with each passing year. Someday, a keeper will face a choice that cannot be avoided. When that day comes, trust your judgment, and remember that some sacrifices serve purposes beyond what we can see." Then Gorham was gone, and the others with him. Silas found himself alone once more in the chamber, his hands still on the central column, but the expanded perception and merged consciousness had faded back to his individual awareness. He withdrew his hands slowly and looked around. The chamber had returned to its appearance in his own time, with the crystals showing their characteristic age and wear. The temporal streams flowing around Crag Point had stabilized, resuming their normal patterns. The crisis had passed, but Silas knew, with a certainty that came from his brief connection with the other keepers, that this wouldn't be the last emergency. The anchor was ancient beyond measure, and it was failing. Each crisis weakened it further, and eventually, perhaps in his lifetime or perhaps in some future keeper's tenure, the mechanism would face a failure that could not be repaired. What happened then? What choice had Gorham spoken of? Silas didn't know, and the fragmentary glimpses he'd received from the future keeper's consciousness hadn't provided clear answers. Some futures remained obscure, even to those who could perceive across time. He made his way back up through the spiraling passage, emerging into the storage chamber at the tower's base. Outside, he could hear that the storm was still raging, the wind howling around the lighthouse and the sea crashing against the rocks. But somehow, the atmospheric chaos seemed less threatening now, just ordinary weather rather than a force capable of tearing apart the fabric of reality. Silas climbed to the lantern room, where he found the lamp still burning steadily despite the storm. The Fresnel lens rotated with its characteristic rhythm, sending its beam out across the tempest-tossed sea. He checked the time. The case clock in the dwelling below showed that 7 hours had passed since he descended to the chamber, though he would have sworn it had been only an hour or two at most. Time, he reflected, was far stranger than most people realized. He completed his routine maintenance, trimming the wick and winding the clockwork, then stood for a moment looking out through the storm-lashed windows at the darkness beyond. Out there, somewhere in the night, were ships struggling against the nor'easter, their crews trusting in the lighthouse beacon to guide them safely. They had no idea that the light served a purpose far beyond mere navigation, that it helped maintain the temporal stability of an entire region. But that was as it should be, Silas thought. The world needed people who could live their lives without being burdened by knowledge of the vast mechanisms that maintained reality's coherence. Let them go about their business, raising families and building careers and pursuing whatever dreams motivated them, never knowing how close they had come this night to experiencing the catastrophic unraveling of time itself. As for Silas Merrick, keeper of time, he would continue his vigil, tending both lighthouse and anchor, maintaining his watch across the boundaries between moments. It was lonely work, and it was work that would never be recognized or rewarded, but it was work that mattered more than anything else he could imagine doing with his remaining years. The storm raged on through the night, but within the lighthouse, all was calm. The lamp burned steadily, the lens rotated precisely, and beneath it all, the temporal anchor hummed with its eternal rhythm, holding time together one moment at a time, preserved by the dedication of keepers past, present, and future who had all briefly touched minds across the barriers of causality to save this small corner of reality from chaos. As dawn approached and the storm finally began to subside, Silas felt a profound weariness settle over him. The effort of merging consciousness with the other keepers and repairing the temporal fracture had drained him more thoroughly than any physical labor he'd ever performed. But there was satisfaction in the exhaustion, the knowledge that he had faced an impossible challenge and had prevailed not through his own strength alone, but through the combined wisdom and determination of all those who had shared his responsibility across time. He descended from the lantern room as the first gray light of morning began to filter through the storm clouds. In the keeper's dwelling, he prepared a simple breakfast, then sat at his desk to make the day's entry in the logbook. But when he opened the journal, he found that someone, or perhaps the logbook itself, through whatever mechanism allowed it to receive entries from across time, had already recorded the night's events. The writing was his own hand, but the words were more eloquent than any he would have written in his exhausted state. November 18th, 1892. During the great storm, the temporal anchor experienced a critical fracture that threatened to create permanent temporal instability across the entire region. Through the intervention of keepers from multiple time periods, including past guardians and those yet to serve, the fracture was sealed and coherence restored. This night, I learned that the work we do here extends far beyond our individual moments, that we are all part of something larger than ourselves, a chain of service that stretches across centuries in defense of reality itself. I am honored to be counted among such company, to serve alongside heroes whose names history will never record, but whose actions preserve the world's foundations. The storm has passed. The light continues to burn. Time flows onward. All is well. For now, Silas Merrick. He stared at these words, written by himself yet not by himself, and understood that he had crossed some threshold. He was no longer merely Silas Merrick, widower and lighthouse keeper. He had become part of something eternal, something that transcended individual identity to serve purposes beyond mortal reckoning. Outside, the dawn broke over the Atlantic, revealing a sea still rough from the storm's passage, but returning gradually to its normal rhythms. Gulls began to cry and wheel through the clearing air. The ordinary world was resuming its ordinary course, as it had done countless times before and would do countless times again, upheld by mechanisms and guardians that most would never know existed. And at Crag Point Lighthouse, Silas Merrick, keeper of time, settled in his cot for a few hours of well-earned rest, knowing that when he woke, there would be maintenance to perform both above and below, duties to fulfill in service of a light that meant far more than its simple beam could ever reveal. Part 5. The Keepers Who Vanished. The winter months that followed the great storm brought a strange quietude to Crag Point, as though the lighthouse itself were recovering from the crisis that had nearly torn apart the fabric of time. The temporal anchor, though repaired, seemed somehow changed, more communicative perhaps, or simply more present in Silas's daily awareness. He could feel its constant hum now, even when he was above ground, a subtle vibration at the edge of perception that reminded him always of his dual responsibilities. It was during these quiet months that Silas began to understand more fully the history of the lighthouse and the keepers who had served here before him. The logbook, that mysterious journal that received entries from across time, became his primary source of information, but he also discovered other records, documents that appeared and disappeared in the tower's various chambers, as though the building itself were trying to tell him its story. One February morning, while conducting routine maintenance in the storage chamber, Silas discovered a leather satchel tucked behind a stack of oil canisters. The bag was old, its material cracked and stained by salt and time, and when he opened it, he found a collection of papers and journals that he was certain hadn't been there the day before. The documents belonged to Josiah Weatherby, the keeper who had fled Crag Point so suddenly just days before Silas's arrival. Among them was a personal diary, separate from the official logbook, in which Weatherby had recorded his private thoughts and fears during his final weeks at the lighthouse. Silas carried the satchel up to the keeper's dwelling and spent the afternoon reading through Weatherby's journal, and what he found there both illuminated and disturbed him. Weatherby had been keeper at Crag Point for only 8 months, arriving in January 1892, and from the beginning, he had experienced the temporal distortions with greater intensity than Silas had. The entries described visions that went far beyond brief glimpses of past or future. Weatherby claimed to have spent hours trapped in other time periods, unable to return to his proper moment, experiencing the lives of other keepers as though they were his own memories. But it was Weatherby's final entries, written in the days immediately before his departure, that truly captured Silas's attention. They described something that Weatherby called the vanishing, a phenomenon he had witnessed through the temporal distortions that suggested a terrible fate for certain keepers who had served at Crag Point. September 10th, 1892. Last night, I experienced the most disturbing vision yet. I found myself perceiving events from the year 1900, 8 years hence, during what appeared to be a December night of terrible storms. I witnessed 3 keepers in the lantern room, men whose names I do not know, who were engaged in some kind of desperate effort to stabilize the anchor during a temporal crisis even worse than the one Gorham described in his entries. But something went wrong. The temporal distortions intensified beyond anything controllable, and the 3 men simply vanished. Not died, but vanished, torn from their proper moment, and scattered across time like leaves in a storm. The lighthouse was left empty, the lamp still burning, but no keeper present to tend it. When the relief vessel arrived days later, they found the station abandoned with no explanation, no bodies, no signs of struggle, just absence where there should have been human presence. I fear this is the fate that awaits all who serve here too long, that the anchor eventually claims us, pulls us out of linear time, and traps us in its crystalline structure forever. I cannot stay. I will not risk such an end. Je vais obéir. Silas set down the journal and stared out the window at the gray February sea. If Weatherby's vision was accurate, if such a vanishing would occur in December 1900, then that was less than 9 years away. And 3 keepers would be serving at that time, which meant the lighthouse would have been designated a station requiring multiple personnel, something that typically only happened at the most important or difficult posts. He turned his attention back to the other documents in Weatherby's satchel and found something even more troubling, a newspaper clipping from a Scottish publication dated January 1901. It had been carefully preserved despite its age, and Silas had no idea how Weatherby could have obtained it. But there it was, a yellowed piece of newsprint describing a mystery that had occurred at a lighthouse on the Flannan Isles in the Outer Hebrides. The article detailed how 3 keepers, Thomas Marshall, James Duckett, and Donald MacArthur, had vanished from the Flannan Isles lighthouse in December 1900, exactly as Weatherby's vision had shown. The relief vessel had arrived to find the station abandoned, the lamp extinguished, and the keepers nowhere to be found. An investigation had revealed strange details. One keeper's oilskin coat left behind, suggesting he had gone out into a storm without proper protection, and entries in a logbook describing violent weather and unusual atmosphere phenomena in the days before the disappearance. But what made Silas's blood run cold was a small notation that Weatherby had written in the margin of the clipping. The same. The pattern repeats. Lighthouses are thresholds. Keepers are the price. He spent the rest of that day and much of the night researching what he could find about other lighthouse mysteries. The collection of maritime records in the keeper's dwelling was surprisingly extensive, and he discovered references to numerous incidents where keepers had vanished under mysterious circumstances, not just at Flannan Isles, but at stations around the world. There was the case of the Eilean Mor Lighthouse, another Scottish station, where 2 keepers had disappeared in 1812, leaving behind only cryptic messages about the thing that came from the sea. There were incidents at lighthouses along the Irish coast, the Cornish coast, and even along the American seaboard, where keepers had vanished or had been found dead under circumstances that defied rational explanation. A pattern emerged as Silas studied these cases. The disappearances seemed to occur at lighthouses built on particularly isolated or geologically unusual sites, places where the land met the sea in dramatic fashion, rocky promontories, storm-battered islands, narrow isthmuses that were almost severed from the mainland. And many of these sites had histories that predated the lighthouses, places that featured in local folklore as being touched by the supernatural, as thin places where the boundaries between worlds were permeable. Was Crag Point the only lighthouse built atop a temporal anchor? Or were there others, scattered along the coasts of various nations, all serving the same hidden purpose of maintaining temporal stability? And if there were others, did they all eventually claim their keepers, pulling them out of linear time when the mechanisms beneath required some ultimate sacrifice? Silas descended to the chamber that night, seeking answers from the anchor itself. He placed his hands on the central column and extended his consciousness into the mechanism's structure, asking directly about the fate of keepers and the pattern of vanishings that seemed to plague certain lighthouse stations. The response came not in words, but in images and sensations. The anchor showed him a network of similar structures spread across the globe, perhaps 24 in total, each located at a site where the barriers between moments were naturally thin. These were the world's true temporal anchors, the mechanisms that maintained causality's flow and prevented reality from fragmenting into chaos. Each anchor required a keeper, someone with a rare combination of sensitivity to temporal forces and strength of will to maintain the mechanism's operation. But the work came at a cost. Extended interface with an anchor gradually changed a person's relationship to linear time. The keeper became increasingly unstuck from their proper moment, their consciousness spreading out across temporal dimensions, existing simultaneously in past, present, and future. For most keepers, this process was gradual enough that they could complete their service and retire before the temporal displacement became permanent. They would leave their posts with strange memories and occasional visions, but they would remain fundamentally anchored in their proper time. But when an anchor faced a severe crisis, when the temporal barriers weakened dangerously, sometimes a keeper or keepers would be required to make the ultimate sacrifice, to allow themselves to be fully absorbed into the mechanism structure, becoming part of it, lending their consciousness to its operation in a permanent way. This was what had happened at Flannan Isles in December 1900. The anchor beneath that lighthouse had suffered a catastrophic failure, and the three keepers had given themselves to it, had allowed their individual identities to dissolve into the mechanism's collective intelligence, becoming part of the force that maintained temporal coherence for that region. They hadn't died exactly. Their consciousness still existed, distributed across the anchor's crystalline structure, experiencing all moments simultaneously. But they could no longer function as individuals in linear time. They had become, in a sense, part of time itself, guardians operating at a level of existence beyond ordinary human perception. And Silas saw, through the images the anchor provided, that this might someday be his own fate. If Crag Point's mechanism continued to degrade, if a crisis arose that couldn't be resolved through normal maintenance, he might be called upon to make the same sacrifice that the Flannan Isles keepers had made. The knowledge was terrifying, yet also strangely comforting. Death had always seemed to Silas like an absolute ending, a cessation of consciousness that reduced a person's entire existence to mere memory in the minds of those who survived them. But what the anchor showed him suggested that there were other ways to end an individual life, ways that transformed consciousness rather than extinguishing it, that allowed a person to become part of something vaster and more enduring than a single human lifespan. He withdrew his hands from the column and stood for a moment in the chamber, processing what he had learned. The blue luminescence pulsed gently around him, and he felt the presence of other consciousnesses within the anchor structure, echoes of keepers who had come before, who had given themselves to this eternal vigil. Were some of them his own future self? He couldn't tell. The temporal mechanics involved were too complex for his human mind to fully grasp. But he suspected that in some sense he was already part of the anchor, that his future sacrifice, if it came, existed as a fixed point in time toward which his present self was inevitably moving. The thought should have filled him with dread, but instead, Silas felt a strange peace settle over him. If his life's purpose was to serve as guardian of time, to maintain the boundaries between moments that allowed reality to function, then what better end could he ask for than to become permanently part of that sacred duty? He returned to the keeper's dwelling and sat at his desk, staring at Weatherby's journal and the newspaper clipping about Flannan Isles. Poor Weatherby had seen the truth and had been unable to bear it, had fled rather than face the possibility of such a fate. But running hadn't saved him. According to the anchor's revelations, every person who interfaced with one of these mechanisms became permanently connected to it. Weatherby might have left Crag Point physically, but his consciousness remained entangled with the anchor structure, and would remain so until his death, experiencing visions and temporal displacements wherever he went. Silas made his entry in the logbook for the day, describing what he had learned about the network of temporal anchors and the fate of keepers who serve them. But he also added a more personal reflection. February 15th, 1893. Tonight, I learned that this work may require more of me than I initially understood, that the price of maintaining temporal stability may ultimately be my own existence as an individual consciousness. I confess this knowledge troubles me, yet I find I do not fear it as much as I might have expected. Margaret used to say that the measure of a person's life was not its length, but its purpose, not what they accumulated for themselves, but what they gave to others. If my purpose is to serve as guardian of time, to preserve the flow of moments that allows millions of people to live their lives in ordered reality, then I can think of no more meaningful way to spend whatever years or decades remain to me. And if the anchor eventually requires my ultimate sacrifice, I pray I will have the courage to give it willingly, as those brave keepers at Flannan Isles gave themselves. We serve something larger than ourselves, we keepers of time. May that service be worthy of the price it demands. SM. As he wrote these words, Silas felt the weight of his commitment settle into his bones. He was no longer simply a man doing a job. He was a guardian, a protector, a servant of forces that maintained the very foundation of reality. And though the work was lonely and the ultimate cost might be beyond imagining, he would not shirk it. The following weeks brought new revelations as Silas continued his research into Lighthouse mysteries and his deepening connection with the anchor. He discovered that he could now perceive, albeit dimly, the network of other temporal anchors around the world. They appeared in his consciousness as points of blue light scattered across his mental map of the globe, each one pulsing with its own rhythm, each one tended by its own keeper or keepers. Some of these lights burned brightly, indicating anchors that were well-maintained and functioning properly. Others flickered weakly, suggesting mechanisms that were failing or keepers who were struggling with their duties. And a few, perhaps half a dozen, had gone dark entirely, indicating anchors that had failed completely or sites that had been abandoned. Through the network, Silas began to receive impressions from other keepers, fragmentary thoughts and sensations that crossed whatever mysterious channel connected all those who served the anchors. He couldn't communicate with them directly. The connection wasn't that precise, but he could feel their presence, could sense their dedication and their struggles, their triumphs and their fears. One night in early March, as Silas conducted his midnight maintenance check, he received a particularly strong impression from one of the other anchors. It came from across the Atlantic, from what must be the British Isles, and it carried with it a sense of profound distress. A keeper that was facing some crisis, some emergency that threatened to overwhelm their anchor's capacity to maintain temporal stability. Without conscious thought, Silas extended his awareness through Crag Point's anchor and tried to send support across the network, channeling what strength he could to the struggling keeper on the far side of the ocean. He didn't know if it would help, didn't even know if such assistance was possible, but he felt compelled to try. The effort left him drained and dizzy, forced to sit down on the chamber's stone floor to recover. But he thought, perhaps, that he had felt a response, a wordless acknowledgement of his attempt to help, a sense of gratitude from a fellow guardian who stood watch in another lonely place. This experience taught Silas that the keepers, though separated by vast distances and unable to communicate through normal means, were not truly isolated. They were all part of a network, a web of consciousness that extended around the globe, united in their common purpose of maintaining time's integrity. And in moments of crisis, they could support one another, could lend strength across the impossible distances that separated them. The knowledge brought Silas comfort during the long winter nights, the awareness that other people, perhaps 24 or so around the world, shared his vigil and understood the weight of his responsibility. They were a fellowship of guardians, keepers of time, watchers at the threshold between moments. And though they would likely never meet in person, they were bonded by something deeper than mere friendship or professional camaraderie. As winter gave way to spring, Silas found himself thinking often about the 3 keepers who had vanished at Flannan Isles. According to Weatherby's vision and the newspaper account, the disappearance would occur in December 1900, more than 7 years in the future. But from the anchor's perspective, with its ability to perceive across time, that event had already occurred, was occurring now, and would occur always, fixed in the crystalline structure of temporal reality. Were those 3 men, Marshall, Duckett, and MacArthur, aware somehow of their future fate? As they went about their daily duties at Flannan Isles in the years leading up to December 1900, did they sense the approaching moment of their transformation? Or would it come upon them suddenly, without warning, a crisis that demanded immediate sacrifice? And more personally, would Silas someday face a similar moment? Would there come a day when Crag Point's anchor required his ultimate service, when he would have to choose between abandoning his post and allowing temporal chaos to spread, or giving himself to the mechanism and becoming part of its eternal operation? He didn't know, and the anchor, when he asked it directly, provided only ambiguous impressions. The future, it seemed, remained at least partially open, not entirely determined despite the fixed points and inevitable events that structured temporal reality. There were choices yet to be made, paths yet to be chosen, and the outcome depended on variables that even the anchors, with all their vast perception, could not entirely predict. One evening in late April, as Silas sat in the lantern room watching the sun set over the Atlantic, he experienced a vision that seemed to come not from the anchor, but from somewhere else, from some other source of temporal knowledge. He saw himself as an old man, perhaps in his 70s or 80s, still tending the lighthouse, still descending daily to the chamber below to maintain the temporal anchor. His body was frail, his movements slow, but his mind remained sharp, and his commitment to his duties had not wavered across the decades. And then he saw beyond that future self, saw the moment of his death, which would come not in some dramatic sacrifice, but quietly, peacefully, in his sleep in the keeper's dwelling after a routine day of maintenance. His consciousness, already so deeply entangled with the anchor structure, would simply transition from individual awareness to distributed existence, becoming part of the mechanism he had tended for so long. There would be no terror in that transition, the vision showed him. Only a sense of completion, of a task faithfully executed, of a promise kept. He would join the other consciousnesses already existing within the anchor, the distributed minds of keepers past who continued their eternal watch, and together they would maintain temporal stability until such time as the mechanism finally failed beyond all ability to repair. The vision faded, leaving Silas sitting alone in the lantern room with tears streaming down his weathered face. They were not tears of fear or sorrow, but of something more complex, a mixture of gratitude and acceptance, of understanding that his life had meaning beyond what he had ever imagined when he first arrived at Crag Point. He thought of Margaret, wished she could have known about this purpose he had found, this service that gave shape and significance to his remaining years. She would have understood, he thought. She had always possessed an intuitive grasp of things beyond the ordinary, had often spoken about how the visible world was just the surface of something deeper and more mysterious. Perhaps, in whatever realm her consciousness now inhabited, she did know. Perhaps death was itself a kind of temporal anchor, a mechanism for maintaining coherence across the boundary between life and whatever came after. It was a comforting thought, and Silas allowed himself to believe in it as he watched the last light of day fade from the sky and the first stars appear overhead. The lighthouse beam began its nightly rotation. Flash, darkness, flash, darkness, a pulse of light that marked the passage of seconds and guided ships safely through the night. And beneath it, the temporal anchor hummed with its eternal rhythm, maintaining the flow of those seconds, preserving the ordered progression of moments that most humans never consciously perceived, but which formed the foundation of everything they experienced as reality. Silas Merrick, keeper of time, settled into his night watch, knowing now with certainty that he would serve this post until his final breath, and possibly beyond. It was lonely work, and it required sacrifices that most people could never imagine, but it was also profoundly important work, perhaps the most important work any human being could perform. And somewhere across the Atlantic, At a lighthouse called Flannan Isles, three keepers whose names Silas now knew were moving steadily toward the December night when they would make their own sacrifice, when they would give themselves to their anchor and become legends, mysteries that would be debated and investigated for more than a century without anyone discovering the truth. Except for Silas. He knew the truth. He carried it with him as he climbed the tower stairs for his midnight check, as he trimmed the wick and wound the clockwork, as he descended once more to the chamber below to walk the perimeter of crystals and reinforce the weakest connections. He knew the truth, and he honored the memory of all those keepers who had given themselves to this sacred duty, and he prepared himself for the day when his own service might require a similar gift. The spring night deepened around Crag Point, stars wheeling slowly overhead in their ancient patterns, the ocean breathing its eternal rhythm against the rocky shore. And in the lighthouse, a single keeper maintained his vigil, guarding the boundaries between moments, keeping time flowing as it should, preserving the world's foundation one patient watch at a time. Part 6. Beneath the Beacon. The spring of 1893 brought changes to the Maine coast that local fishermen claimed were unprecedented in living memory. The sea itself seemed different, darker somehow, as though depths that had always been opaque were becoming more so, concealing secrets that pressed up against the surface world with increasing insistence. Ships passing Crag Point reported strange underwater lights, glowing formations that appeared at night and vanished with the dawn, and more than one captain swore he had seen massive shapes moving beneath his keel in waters that charts indicated should be no more than 50 feet deep. Silas observed these phenomena with growing concern, not because of the surface manifestations themselves, but because he could feel through his connection with the temporal anchor that something beneath the ocean was responding to the mechanism's operation. The anchor wasn't just maintaining temporal stability, it was communicating with something, and that something was located deep below the waves surrounding Crag Point. On the morning of May 5th, Silas woke to find the tide unusually low, lower than he had ever seen it during his months at the lighthouse. The causeway that normally disappeared twice daily beneath the waves was not only exposed, but surrounded by wide expanses of seabed that were usually submerged. Rocks and tide pools that he had never seen before stretched away toward the mainland, creating a landscape that seemed both familiar and alien. He stood at the tower's base, staring out at this revealed seabed, and realized that he was looking at an opportunity. If the anchor communicated with something beneath the ocean, and if that something was located in the waters around Crag Point, then this exceptional low tide might allow him to investigate what had always been hidden. Silas dressed in his sturdiest boots and took a length of rope from the storage chamber, coiling it over his shoulder in case he needed to secure himself against the tide's eventual return. Then he set out across the exposed seabed, moving carefully over slippery rocks and avoiding the deeper tide pools that still held water. The farther he moved from the lighthouse, the stranger the landscape became. The rocks here were not like the granite that formed Crag Point proper. They were darker, almost black, and their surfaces were covered with markings that appeared both eroded by time and deliberately carved. Silas knelt to examine one large boulder and traced his fingers along lines that formed patterns too regular to be natural, spirals and curves that repeated across the stone's surface in what might have been writing or might have been purely decorative. But what was most striking was the way these marked stones were arranged. They weren't scattered randomly across the seabed as he would have expected from ordinary geological processes. Instead, they formed a pattern, a kind of path or road that led away from Crag Point toward deeper water, toward the point where the temporarily exposed seabed gave way to the ocean proper. Silas followed this path, his curiosity overcoming his caution, until he reached a point perhaps 300 yards from the lighthouse where the marked stones formed a circle around a depression in the seabed. The depression was roughly 50 feet in diameter and descended in a gentle spiral toward a central point where, even with the exceptional low tide, water still covered whatever lay at the bottom. He stood at the edge of this formation and felt through his connection with the anchor that this was significant, that this spiral depression was part of the larger mechanism of which the anchor was merely the uppermost component. The temporal anchor wasn't built beneath Crag Point. It was built here in this underwater location, and what existed in the chamber beneath the lighthouse was just its access point, a terminal or interface that connected to something far larger and deeper. The realization was both exhilarating and frightening. If the anchor extended beneath the ocean, then its structure was far more vast than Silas had imagined, and its failure would have consequences beyond anything he had considered. He was about to turn back toward the lighthouse when he noticed something moving in the water at the center of the spiral depression. At first, he thought it might be a fish or some marine animal trapped by the low tide. But as he watched, the movement resolved itself into something far stranger. Forms were rising from the deep water, emerging slowly into the air like swimmers surfacing, but these were not human. They were roughly humanoid in shape, with 2 arms and 2 legs and a head, but their proportions were wrong, their limbs too long, their torsos too narrow, their heads too large and strangely shaped. And they were covered not in skin or scales, but in something that seemed to shimmer and flow like liquid metal, reflecting the morning light in iridescent patterns. Silas stood frozen, unable to move, unable even to feel fear because what he was witnessing was so far beyond his frame of reference that his mind couldn't properly process it. The beings, 3 of them, rose fully from the water and stood in the center of the spiral depression, their faceless heads turning toward him, toward the lighthouse, toward the sky, as though taking in their surroundings. Then one of them spoke, and though it had no visible mouth, its voice carried clearly across the distance, sounding not through the air, but directly in Silas's mind. "Keeper," it said, and the word carried with it layers of meaning that went beyond mere address. "You have come to see. This is good. You should understand what you tend." Silas found his voice, though it emerged as barely more than a whisper. "What are you?" "We are the builders," the being replied. "Or rather, we are what remains of them. Consciousness is preserved across ages beyond your measurement, maintaining what was created when your kind were still learning to walk upright." The 3 beings moved, not walking exactly, but gliding across the wet stones towards Silas, and as they approached, he could see more details of their strange forms. They had no faces, no features at all, just smooth surfaces that seemed to reflect and refract light in ways that hurt to look at directly. And where they passed, the marked stones began to glow with that familiar blue luminescence, as though the being's presence activated something dormant in the rock. The temporal anchor, the being continued, is part of a network designed to maintain causality across this planet's surface. We built these mechanisms in an age your historians would call the Pleistocene, when glaciers covered much of the northern hemisphere and humanity existed only in scattered bands of hunters. Why? Silas asked. Why build such mechanisms? Why maintain time's flow? The being that had been speaking tilted its head, a gesture that might have indicated consideration or might have meant nothing at all in their alien framework of communication. Because without maintenance, causality fails, it said. Your planet sits at a junction of forces you do not yet understand, gravitational and quantum effects that create natural instabilities in the temporal structure. If left unmanaged, these instabilities would cause reality to fragment, past and future bleeding into present until the distinctions between moments collapsed entirely. The anchors prevent this, channel the forces into stable flows, maintain the arrow of time that your consciousness requires to function. Silas tried to grasp the scope of what he was being told. These beings, or the civilization they represented, had built the temporal anchors tens of thousands of years ago to prevent Earth from experiencing some kind of catastrophic temporal collapse. They had been maintaining these mechanisms for longer than human civilization had existed, ensuring that time flowed properly so that humans could evolve, develop, build their own societies. Why show yourself now? He asked. Why reveal this to me? Because the anchors are failing, the being replied, and Silas heard what might have been sorrow in its mental voice. They were designed to last for epochs, but even the best engineering succumbs eventually to entropy. The mechanism beneath Crag Point, like many others in the network, has been degrading for centuries. It now requires more direct intervention than the builders originally anticipated. That's why keepers like me are needed, Silas said, understanding. The anchors were designed to operate automatically, but they need human consciousness now to supplement their failing systems. Precisely, the being confirmed. Human consciousness, when properly interfaced with an anchor, can provide the flexibility and adaptability that the original automated systems lack. You are, in essence, biological components integrated into a vast temporal maintenance mechanism. The three beings had drawn quite close now, close enough that Silas could have reached out and touched them if he'd had the courage. But something in their presence, some quality of profound otherness, kept him at a respectful distance. What happens when the anchors fail completely? Silas asked, voicing the fear that had haunted him since his first interface with the mechanism. When even human consciousness can't maintain them any longer. The being was silent for a long moment, and its companions, which had not yet spoken, seemed to draw closer together as though taking comfort from proximity. We do not know, the being finally said. The builders created contingency plans, backup systems, alternative mechanisms that might engage if the primary anchors failed. But we cannot be certain these systems still function. We ourselves are diminished, shadows of what the builders once were. Consciousness is preserved but not truly alive, unable to create new solutions to unexpected problems. Silas looked back toward the lighthouse, standing solitary on its rocky promontory, the morning sun glinting off its white lantern room. Such a simple structure, just stone and iron and glass, built by human hands for the practical purpose of guiding ships. Yet beneath it, woven through its very foundations, was something far older and more sophisticated, a mechanism designed by a civilization so advanced that humanity still couldn't comprehend their achievements. The lighthouse, Silas said slowly, working through an intuition that had been forming since he'd first discovered the anchor. It's not just built on top of the mechanism, is it? It's part of the design. The Fresnel lens, the rotating beam, the regular pulses of light, they all contribute to the anchor's operation. Yes, the being confirmed. Though the human architects who designed the lighthouse did not consciously understand this, they were influenced, guided by impressions and intuitions that we planted in their minds. The lighthouse amplifies and focuses the anchor's effects, extends its influence over a wider area. Without the beacon above, the mechanism below would maintain temporal stability only in its immediate vicinity. With the lighthouse, the effect extends for hundreds of miles. This explained why only certain lighthouses had temporal anchors beneath them, why the mysterious vanishings occurred only at specific locations. Not every lighthouse was built atop an anchor site. Only those where the builders had successfully influenced human architects to construct their beacons at precisely the right locations. How many keepers know about this? Silas asked. How many understand what they're really tending? Few, the being replied. Most keepers remain unaware of the anchor's existence, experiencing only brief glimpses of temporal distortion that they dismiss as hallucinations or tricks of isolation. Perhaps one keeper in 100 develops the sensitivity to perceive the full truth, and fewer still have the courage to accept their role as guardians rather than fleeing in terror. Like Weatherby, Silas said, thinking of his predecessor. Yes, Josiah Weatherby possessed great sensitivity but insufficient courage. He perceived the truth and ran from it. But you, Silas Merrick, you have both the perception and the will to accept this responsibility. That is why we have revealed ourselves now. You are strong enough to understand what you truly serve. The being raised one of its two long arms and gestured toward the spiral depression behind it, toward the deep water at its center. The anchor's core lies there, 50 feet below the ocean's surface, in a chamber that exists partially outside normal space-time. The mechanism you tend in the lighthouse's basement is merely an access terminal, a control interface. The true heart of the anchor is down there, crystalline structures the size of your dwelling, all interconnected to form a network that processes and directs temporal forces across this entire region. Silas stared at the dark water, trying to imagine structures of such scale hidden beneath the waves. "May I see it?" he asked. "May I descend to the core?" The being tilted its head again in that gesture that might have meant anything or nothing. "You may, but such a journey carries risk. The core chamber exists in what we call a temporal bubble, a region where time flows differently than on the surface. What feels like minutes within the bubble might be hours or days in the external world. You could emerge to find that the tide has returned, that storms have struck, that your physical body has aged while your consciousness explored below. Despite these warnings, Silas felt compelled to see the anchor's heart, to understand fully what he had been maintaining these past months. "I accept the risk," he said. The three beings moved in unison, forming a triangle around him, and Silas felt a strange sensation begin to envelop his body, a tingling that started at his extremities and worked inward toward his core. His vision began to change, the ordinary colors of morning giving way to the blue luminescence he associated with temporal distortion. "We will create a passage," the being said. "A corridor through which you can descend without needing to breathe water or withstand the pressure. But you must maintain focus, must keep your consciousness oriented toward your proper temporal position, or you will become lost in the currents and unable to return." The water at the center of the spiral depression began to change, its surface becoming smooth and reflective like glass or mirror. Then it seemed to open, not like a hole, but like a door, revealing a passage that descended into impossible depths that glowed with the same blue light that emanated from the anchor's crystals. "Go," the being said. "See what you have been tending. Understand the scope of your duty, and return transformed by knowledge." Silas walked forward, his boots somehow finding purchase on the water's surface as though it had solidified beneath him. He reached the threshold where normal reality gave way to the passage the builders had created, paused for just a moment to look back at the lighthouse standing in the morning sun, then stepped through into the blue light and began his descent. The passage descended through water that was no longer quite water, through depths that were no longer quite spatial. Silas couldn't properly describe what he experienced, only that he was moving downward, sinking through layers of reality that became increasingly strange the farther he went. He saw schools of fish that swam in formations too complex to be natural, spelling out messages in a language he couldn't read. He saw rock formations that grew like living things, crystalline structures that pulsed with their own slow heartbeats. He saw light that moved through the water in threads and webs, carrying information from the depths to the surface and back again. And then, after a descent that might have lasted seconds or hours, he emerged into the core chamber. It was vast beyond anything he had imagined, a spherical cavity perhaps 200 feet in diameter, its walls studded with crystals that ranged from the size of his fist to structures as large as buildings. These crystals were connected by threads of solidified light, creating a web of extraordinary complexity that filled the entire chamber. And within this web, Silas could see temporal currents flowing, could perceive directly how the anchor processed and directed the forces that maintained causality for hundreds of miles in every direction. The chamber's center was dominated by a cluster of crystals so large and so bright that Silas had to avert his eyes, squinting against their radiance. This, he understood immediately, was the anchor's primary processor, its central intelligence, the heart of the mechanism that had been operating continuously for thousands of years. And it was failing. Even from the passage entrance, Silas could see cracks in the largest crystals, could perceive dark spots where connections had weakened or failed entirely. The anchor was still functioning, still maintaining its essential duty, but it was doing so through what amounted to heroic effort, compensating for degraded components through overwork of the systems that remained functional. "How much longer?" Silas asked, his voice echoing strangely in the chamber. "How much longer can it keep working?" The response came not from the builders, who remained on the surface, but from the anchor itself, its voice emerging from all directions at once, the combined consciousness of all the keepers past who had given themselves to this mechanism. Unknown, it said, variables remain indeterminate. But measured in your years, we estimate perhaps 6 decades at most before critical systems fail beyond ability to maintain temporal coherence. Less if we face severe crises. More if maintenance remains diligent and no catastrophic stresses occur. 6 decades. Perhaps 60 years before the anchor that maintained temporal stability for the entire eastern seaboard collapsed completely. Silas would be gone by then, his service complete, but other keepers would face that final crisis, would have to make impossible choices about what could be saved and what had to be sacrificed. He moved through the chamber, carefully navigating between the crystalline structures, marveling at their beauty and complexity. This was engineering on a scale and sophistication that humanity wouldn't achieve for centuries, possibly longer. The builders had been masters of physics and temporal mechanics that humans were only beginning to theorize about, and they had created mechanisms that endured across ages, maintaining vital functions long after their creators had departed or transformed into the semi-conscious remnants that Silas had met on the surface. As he explored, Silas began to perceive the individual consciousnesses that existed within the anchor structure, the keepers who had given themselves to this mechanism over the centuries. They weren't truly separate anymore, had merged with the anchor's intelligence to form a collective awareness. But he could still sense their individual flavors, the personalities and memories that persisted even after their dissolution into the greater whole. He felt Daniel Marsh, the first keeper, still maintaining his vigil after 46 years. He sensed Nathaniel Gorham, whose patient observations had documented the anchor's operations so thoroughly. He perceived Jeremiah Locke, who had foreseen his own death but had accepted his fate with courage. And he felt others, keepers whose names he didn't know, who had served across decades or centuries, all contributing their consciousness to the eternal work of maintaining time's flow. "Will I join you?" Silas asked the assembled consciousnesses. "Is that my ultimate fate, to dissolve into this mechanism and become part of its operation?" The response was complex, layered with multiple voices speaking in harmony. "Perhaps," they said. "The future remains partially open. Choices matter, even when much is predetermined. You may serve your appointed time and pass naturally into whatever lies beyond death, your consciousness released from temporal duty. Or you may face a crisis that requires your sacrifice, that demands you give yourself fully to maintain stability when all other options have failed. We cannot tell you which path you will walk. We can only tell you that either path serves the greater purpose, that both honor the commitment you have made." Silas stood in the heart of the temporal anchor, surrounded by structures that had maintained reality's coherence since before the pyramids were built, and felt the full weight of his responsibility settle upon him. He was not merely a lighthouse keeper, not just a guardian of temporal boundaries. He was part of something truly ancient, something that connected the present moment to the deep past and the distant future, something that allowed all of human civilization to exist by ensuring that time flowed as it should. And whether he ultimately gave himself to this mechanism or whether he served his term and died in the normal fashion, he would do so knowing that his work mattered, That every day he maintained this anchor was a day that millions of people could live their lives in ordered reality rather than temporal chaos. "Thank you," he said to the assembled consciousnesses. "Thank you for showing me the truth. I will serve faithfully, as you all did, for as long as I am able." The response was wordless, just a warm sense of acceptance and approval that washed through the chamber like a wave. Then the passage reopened behind him, the blue light forming stairs that led back up through the impossible depths toward the surface world. Silas climbed, ascending through layers of reality that became progressively more normal, more tied to the ordinary laws of physics that humans understood. He emerged finally into sunlight and salt air, finding himself once more in the spiral depression on the exposed seabed. The three builder entities were gone, or perhaps they had never been there in the corporeal sense. Perhaps they had been projections from the anchor itself, manifestations created to help Silas understand. Either way, he was alone now, standing on wet stone with the lighthouse visible in the distance and the tide beginning to creep back across the seabed. He hurried back toward Crag Point as the water rose around him, reaching the causeway just as the advancing tide began to cover it. He climbed to the lighthouse and checked the case clock, expecting to find that hours or days had passed during his journey to the anchor's core. But only 40 minutes had elapsed, less than an hour for a journey that had felt like it lasted half a day. Time, Silas reflected, was even stranger than he had imagined. He made his entry in the logbook, describing his journey to the anchor's core and his encounter with the builders. But he also added a personal note, a reflection on what he had learned. May 5th, 1893. Today, I descended to the heart of the mechanism I have been tending, and I saw the full scope of the work to which I have dedicated myself. The responsibility is vast, almost overwhelming, but I am honored to be counted among those who maintain the boundaries of time. Whatever my ultimate fate, I know now that every moment of service matters, that the duty I perform here at Crag Point extends far beyond the simple work of keeping a lamp burning. I am part of something eternal, and that knowledge fills me with a purpose I have not felt since Margaret passed from this world. I will continue my watch, both above and below, until such time as my service is complete. SM. As evening approached, and Silas climbed to light the lamp for another night, he felt the connection between the beacon above and the anchor below more strongly than ever. They were parts of one unified mechanism, human engineering and alien technology working together to maintain order in a world that constantly threatened to fall into chaos. The Fresnel lens caught the first flames of the evening, multiplying and focusing the light into a beam that would guide ships safely through the darkness. And far below, beneath the waves, the temporal anchor processed and directed forces beyond human comprehension, maintaining the flow of moments that allowed reality to function. Two mechanisms, separated by vast differences in technology and purpose, yet united in their essential function of keeping light, both literal and metaphorical, burning against the darkness. And Silas Merrick, keeper of time, guardian of thresholds, maintainer of boundaries, stood watch over both, knowing now with absolute certainty what he served and why it mattered. The ocean darkened with the coming night, but the lighthouse beam continued its patient rotation, flash, darkness, a pulse of order imposed upon chaos, a promise that time would continue to flow as it should, that the present would remain the present and the past would stay in the past, all maintained by mechanisms both ancient and modern, all preserved by the dedication of keepers past, present, and future who had been called to this lonely vigil at the edge of the sea. 2106. Part 7. The Storm of Centuries. The autumn of 1899 arrived at Crag Point with an ominous quality that Silas, now 50 years old and in his 8th year of service of the Lighthouse, recognized immediately as significant. The air itself felt different, charged with some quality that went beyond mere atmospheric electricity. The sea moved in patterns that defied the normal tidal cycles, rising and falling with a rhythm that seemed to echo the pulse of the temporal anchor far below. And the temporal distortions, which had become a familiar part of Silas's daily existence, intensified to levels he hadn't experienced since the Great Storm of 1892. Through his connection with a network of temporal anchors around the world, Silas perceived that something was approaching, some confluence of forces that would test every mechanism and every keeper simultaneously. The other guardians were experiencing the same phenomena, the same sense of impending crisis. Their consciousness touched as across the vast distances, wordless but filled with shared apprehension and determination. The official records would later describe what happened as the Great Atlantic Storm of 1899, a series of interconnected weather systems that swept across the North Atlantic from late October through early December, bringing with them winds and waves of unprecedented ferocity. But Silas knew, as did all the keepers who tended temporal anchors, that the storm was more than merely meteorological. It was a temporal phenomenon, a convergence point where multiple timelines threatened to collapse into one another, creating a catastrophic failure of causality across the entire eastern seaboard. The signs began in mid-October. Ships passing Crag Point reported seeing the lighthouse in multiple locations simultaneously, as though it existed in several different moments at once. Fishermen swore they saw buildings on the main coast that hadn't been built yet, or that had been torn down years ago, all occupying the same space at the same time. And people throughout New England began experiencing strange episodes of déjà vu or false memories, recalling events that hadn't happened yet or that had occurred differently than they remembered. Silas felt the strain on the anchor immediately. The mechanism was struggling to maintain temporal coherence in the face of forces that seemed determined to tear apart the orderly flow of moments. During his daily descent to the chamber beneath the lighthouse, he found himself working for hours to reinforce failing connections, to redirect temporal streams that had become chaotic, to shore up weakened crystals that threatened to shatter under the stress. The voice that spoke through the anchor, that collective consciousness of past keepers and builder remnants, confirmed his fears. A temporal conjunction is approaching, it said during one of Silas's maintenance sessions. Multiple timelines are converging on a single point in space-time, creating stresses that our mechanisms are struggling to contain. This is a natural phenomenon that occurs every few centuries when certain astronomical and geomagnetic conditions align, but has never been this severe, not since the anchors were first built. Can we survive it? Silas asked, his hands pressed against the central column, channeling every bit of will and consciousness he possessed in his stabilizing the mechanism? Unknown, the anchor replied. Much depends on the choices made by keepers across the network in the hours and days to come. Some anchors will fail. Some regions will experience temporal collapse. But if enough mechanisms can maintain coherence through the worst of the conjunction, the network may survive intact, though greatly weakened. The storm itself arrived on the night of November 15th, announced by winds that screamed around the lighthouse tower with a fury that made even Silas, who had weathered countless nor'easters, question whether the structure could withstand such forces. The barometer plummeted to readings he had never seen before, and the sea rose to levels that sent waves crashing over the lower gallery, threatening to tear away the iron railings and shatter the windows of the keeper's dwelling. But the physical storm, terrible as it was, represented only the surface manifestation of something far more dangerous occurring beneath. Through his connection with the anchor, Silas perceived the temporal currents around Crag Point fragmenting into chaos, past and future bleeding into the present in ways that threatened to make the distinction between moments meaningless. He descended to the chamber as the storm reached its peak, knowing that this was the crisis for which all his years of service had been preparation. The blue luminescence that normally glowed steadily from the crystalline structures was now flickering wildly, and the threads of light that connected the various components were dimming and brightening erratically, as though the entire mechanism were convulsing. The conjunction point is forming, the anchor's voice said, barely audible over the roar of temporal chaos that filled the chamber. Multiple timelines are attempting to occupy the same moment. If they succeed, causality will collapse across a region extending from Maine to Virginia, from the coast to the Appalachian Mountains. Millions of people will experience reality fragmenting, will perceive past and future simultaneously, will lose the ability to distinguish between moments. Most will go mad within hours. Those who survive will exist in a state where action and consequence have no clear relationship, where effect can precede cause, and where the same event can have multiple contradictory outcomes. Silas placed his hands on the central column and extended his consciousness into the anchor structure, trying to perceive the full scope of the crisis. What he saw was overwhelming. The normal temporal streams that he had learned to perceive and manage over the years had been replaced by a chaotic jumble of timelines, all trying to exist at once. He saw Crag Point as it had been in different eras, all the versions layered upon one another like a palimpsest written and rewritten until the original text was unreadable. He saw the promontory before the lighthouse was built, when it had been home to the ancient structures Nathaniel Gorham had glimpsed. He saw the lighthouse under construction in 1847, workers laying the foundation stones that would support the tower. He saw himself during various moments of his own service, simultaneously experiencing his first day at Crag Point and his current crisis. And he saw the lighthouse in possible futures, some where it still stood and operated, others where it had been abandoned or destroyed, still others where it had been transformed into something altogether different by technologies and purposes he couldn't comprehend. All of these moments were trying to exist simultaneously, and the anchor was struggling desperately to keep them separate, to maintain the boundaries that allowed for coherent causality. "I need help," Silas said to the anchor. "I can't manage this alone. Call the others. Call all the keepers across time, as you did during the fracture 7 years ago. We have already called, the anchor replied. They are responding, but the distance is great and the temporal chaos interferes with the network. You must hold coherence here while we establish the connections. Silas focused all his will on maintaining stability in the immediate vicinity of the anchor, trying to create a pocket of ordered time within the larger chaos. It was like trying to hold back an ocean with his bare hands, an impossible task that required every bit of strength and determination he possessed. And then, gradually, he began to feel the presence of other keepers joining the effort. They came across the network, their consciousness linking with his through the interconnected anchors, all working together to maintain temporal stability across the eastern seaboard. He felt the keeper at Pemaquid Point, just 40 miles south, struggling with similar chaos at her station. He felt the keeper at Portland Headlight, the oldest lighthouse in Maine, channeling energy from his anchor to reinforce the weakening connections. He felt keepers from as far away as Cape Cod and the Outer Banks, all linked together in a desperate effort to prevent catastrophic temporal collapse. But it wasn't enough. The conjunction forces were too strong, pressing against the network from multiple directions in multiple moments simultaneously. Individual keepers across the network were being overwhelmed, their anchors failing despite their best efforts. And then Silas perceived something that made his blood run cold. Through his connection with the network, he could see that one of the anchors, the one located at Flannan Isles in Scotland, was facing imminent catastrophic failure. The three keepers there, Thomas Marshall, James Duckett, and Donald MacArthur, were fighting desperately to maintain coherence, but the forces arrayed against them were simply too great. Silas realized with terrible clarity that this was the moment Josiah Weatherby had foreseen, the December crisis that would lead to the disappearance of the Flannan Isles keepers. But this was November, and it was happening a month earlier than Weatherby's vision had suggested, unless time itself had become so disordered that months no longer had fixed meanings. Through the network connection, Silas felt the three Scottish keepers making their decision. They were going to give themselves to their anchor, were going to merge their consciousness fully with the mechanism to provide the additional processing power needed to weather the temporal storm. It was the ultimate sacrifice, the transformation from individual awareness to distributed existence that all keepers feared and prepared for. No, Silas found himself saying, there has to be another way. We can redistribute the load across the network, share the burden so no single anchor has to bear too much. But even as he spoke, he knew it wouldn't work. The conjunction forces were too localized, too intense at specific points. The Flannan Isles anchor, located at a particularly vulnerable junction of temporal currents, would either receive the sacrifice of its keepers or would fail completely, and its failure would cascade through the network, causing other anchors to collapse in a domino effect that would ultimately reach Crag Point. Silas felt the moment when Marshall, Duckett, and MacArthur gave themselves to their anchor. It was not dramatic or violent, but profoundly peaceful, like watching three candles merge their flames into one larger light. Their individual consciousnesses dissolved into the mechanism's collective intelligence, becoming part of the eternal work of maintaining temporal stability. And their sacrifice worked. The Flannan Isles anchor stabilized, began pushing back against the conjunction forces, creating a pocket of order time that allowed other anchors in the network to recover and reinforce their own defenses. But the crisis at Crag Point was worsening. The temporal chaos was intensifying, and Silas could feel the mechanism beneath him beginning to crack under the strain. Crystals that had survived for thousands of years were developing fractures. Connections that he had carefully maintained for 8 years were failing faster than he could repair them. The junction point is forming directly above us, the anchor said. The confluence of timelines is centering on Crag Point. You are at the storm's eye, the precise location where all moments are trying to exist simultaneously. Through the chamber's walls, Silas could perceive reality itself fracturing around the lighthouse. The building existed in multiple states at once, newly built and centuries old, maintained and abandoned, standing and destroyed. And within these overlapping versions, he could see himself in different roles, different moments, different choices. In one version, he was fleeing the lighthouse as Weatherby had done, unable to face the magnitude of the crisis. In another, he had died years ago from a heart attack during routine maintenance. In still another, he had never come to Crag Point at all, had taken a different post, or chosen a different career entirely. All of these possible Silases existed simultaneously in the fractured reality, and he could feel his own consciousness beginning to split and fragment, spreading out across the different timelines until he couldn't remember which version was real, which one represented his actual past and present. "You must choose," the anchor said, its voice cutting through the chaos like a blade through fog. "Reality is fragmenting, and only a fixed point can anchor it. You must choose which version of yourself is real, which timeline represents actual causality, and impose that choice on the chaos. Your will, your determination that one specific sequence of events is true, can serve as the seed crystal around which ordered time can reform." But how could he choose? Every version felt equally real, equally valid. The Silas who had fled felt the terror and inability to cope. The Silas who had died felt the moment of cardiac failure. The Silas who had never come to Crag Point felt the different life he might have led. They were all him, all legitimate expressions of possibilities that existed in the quantum foam of unrealized potential. And then, rising through the chaos, Silas heard a voice he had not heard in 7 years. It was Margaret's voice, clear and gentle, speaking to him across the barrier between life and death, between the present moment and the past where they had loved and built a life together. "Choose the lighthouse, Silas," she said. "Choose the duty you accepted, the responsibility you've carried faithfully. That is who you truly are, not the man who ran or the man who died or the man who never served. You are the keeper, the guardian who stands watch when others would flee. Choose that truth and let it anchor reality." The sound of her voice gave Silas the clarity he needed. He focused his entire consciousness on the version of himself that stood now in the chamber, hands on the central column, maintaining his vigil despite the impossible forces arrayed against him. This was the real Silas Merrick, the man who had accepted this responsibility and who would not abandon it regardless of cost. "I am the keeper," he said aloud, his voice resonating through the chamber. "This is my moment. This is my choice. I stand here now, in this present, and I declare this timeline real." The effect was immediate. The fractured versions of reality began to collapse, drawn toward the fixed point of Silas's declaration. The timelines that showed him fleeing or dying or never arriving all faded like morning mist under sun, revealed as mere possibilities that would not actualize. And the ordered sequence of events that had brought him to this moment, from Margaret's death to his arrival at Crag Point to 8 years of faithful service, asserted itself as the true causality, the actual flow of time. But choosing his own timeline wasn't enough. The chaos extended far beyond his personal history, encompassing the entire region around Crag Point. Every person living along the coast, every building and tree and stone, all existed in multiple states simultaneously, all their timelines fragmented and overlapping. You must extend your choice outward, the anchor instructed. Use the mechanism as an amplifier. Impose ordered time on the surrounding region. Declare one specific sequence of events to be real and force all other possibilities to collapse into potentiality. Silas understood what was being asked of him. He would have to make choices that affected millions of people, determining which version of their lives was real, which sequence of events represented actual causality. It was a responsibility that verged on the divine, the power to literally define reality for everyone within the anchor's influence. But he also understood that if he didn't make these choices, reality would simply remain fractured, and everyone in the region would experience the madness of existing in multiple moments simultaneously. Better that one person make the difficult choices than that millions suffer the consequences of indecision. He extended his consciousness through the anchor structure, feeling it amplify and focus his will, projecting his determination outward in an expanding sphere that encompassed the lighthouse, the promontory, the nearby coast, and eventually the entire eastern seaboard from Maine to Virginia. For each location, each person, each moment, Silas perceived the multiple timelines and chose one, declaring it real and allowing the others to fade into unrealized possibility. He made these choices as quickly as thought, relying on intuition and some deeper sense of rightness that guided him toward the timelines that felt most stable, most coherent, most true to the essential nature of the people and places involved. It was exhausting work, demanding a level of focus and willpower that pushed him far beyond what he had thought were his limits. But he continued, driven by duty and by the memory of Margaret's voice urging him to choose the lighthouse, to be the keeper he had committed to being. Gradually, increment by increment, ordered time began to reassert itself across the region. The fractured timelines collapsed into coherent sequences. The overlapping moments separated into proper past, present, and future. And causality resumed its normal function, allowing effect to follow cause in the orderly progression that human consciousness required. The physical storm outside began to abate as the temporal chaos subsided. The winds decreased from their impossible fury to merely gale force. The waves retreated from their abnormal heights. The barometer, which had been fluctuating wildly, stabilized and began to rise. And in the chamber beneath the lighthouse, Silas Merrick slowly withdrew his hands from the central column and collapsed to the stone floor, utterly depleted. He had done it. He had maintained coherence through the worst temporal storm in recorded history. He had chosen reality and imposed that choice on chaos. But the cost had been severe. He could feel through the network that several anchors had failed completely, their mechanisms shattered beyond repair, their keepers either dead or transformed into the collective consciousness that maintained what remained of their structures. And even the anchors that had survived, including Crag Points, were greatly weakened, their crystals cracked and darkened, their connections frayed. The anchor itself spoke, its voice now noticeably weaker than before the storm. "The conjunction has passed," it said. "Temporal coherence has been maintained across most of the network, but the cost has been high. We estimate that our remaining operational time has been reduced from 6 decades to perhaps 3. The mechanisms are failing faster now, accelerating toward inevitable collapse. 3 decades, 30 years before the anchor beneath Crag Point would fail beyond any ability to maintain. Silas would likely not live to see that final crisis, would probably serve out his remaining years and pass naturally before the ultimate choice had to be made. But some future keeper would face what he had been spared, the decision of whether to give themselves to the mechanism as the Flannan Isles keepers had done, or to abandon their post and allow temporal chaos to spread. He lay on the chamber's floor for a long time, simply breathing, too exhausted to move. Around him, the blue luminescence pulsed weakly, and he could feel the anchor struggling to maintain even basic operations after the tremendous strain it had endured. Finally, after what might have been minutes or hours, Silas managed to push himself to his feet and make his way slowly back through the spiral passage to the tower's base. The case clock in the keeper's dwelling showed that it was nearly dawn, that the entire night had passed while he fought to maintain reality's coherence. He climbed wearily to the lantern room and found, to his relief, that the lamp had continued burning throughout the crisis. The Fresnel lens still rotated with its characteristic rhythm, still sent its beam out across the now calm Atlantic, a promise that ordered time had been preserved, that the present remained distinct from past and future. Silas extinguished the lamp as the sun rose over the ocean, revealing a sea that looked perfectly ordinary, as though no temporal storm had threatened to tear apart the fabric of reality just hours before. Ships would pass today, their crews never knowing how close they had come to experiencing existence, where moments lost all meaning, where past and future bled into an eternal, chaotic now. He made his way down to the keeper's dwelling and sat at his desk to make the day's entry in the logbook. But when he opened the journal, he found that entries had already appeared, not from his own hand, but from keepers across the network, all recording their experiences of the temporal storm. From Pemaquid Point, November 15th, 1899. Survived the conjunction through collective effort across network. Anchor severely weakened, but operational. 3 keepers lost at Flannan Isles. Their sacrifice saved us all. May we prove worthy of their gift. From Portland Head, November 15th, 1899. The storm nearly broke us. Coherence maintained only through unprecedented cooperation across all remaining mechanisms. The network is diminished but endures. How long we can continue is now uncertain. And from locations he didn't recognize, keepers he had never directly perceived, all adding their voices to the record of the night when temporal chaos had threatened everything and had been beaten back by the combined determination of those who kept watch at the world's thin places. Silas added his own entry, his handwriting shaky with exhaustion. November 16th, 1899. The storm of centuries has passed. Temporal coherence has been maintained across our region, but at severe cost to the mechanisms we tend and the keepers who tend them. I have learned tonight that this work requires not just daily diligence, but readiness to make impossible choices, to impose order on chaos through sheer force of will and determination. The anchor beneath Crag Point is greatly weakened. Future keepers will face challenges I can only imagine. But for now, the light continues to burn, time continues to flow, and reality remains coherent. My duty is fulfilled for another day. May those who follow me find the strength to continue this essential work. Silas Merrick, Keeper of Time. He closed the logbook and sat for a long moment, staring out the window at the ordinary morning, the gulls crying, the waves moving with normal tidal rhythms, the sun tracking its predictable course across the sky. Everything looked so stable, so permanent, yet he knew now how fragile it all was, how close the world constantly teetered on the edge of temporal dissolution. Silas climbed the stairs to his bedroom, his body demanding rest after the night's tremendous exertion. As he lay down on his cot, he thought of Margaret, wondered if she truly had spoken to him during the crisis, or if that had been some manifestation of his own mind, his own need for her guidance in the moment of ultimate decision. Either way, her voice had given him the clarity to choose correctly, to be the keeper he had committed to being. And that, he thought as sleep finally claimed him, was perhaps all that mattered. Not whether she still existed in some form beyond death, but that her influence persisted in his choices, in the values she had taught him, and the love they had shared. Outside, the ordinary world continued its ordinary course, upheld by mechanisms and guardians that most people would never know existed. And at Crag Point Lighthouse, Silas Merrick, Keeper of Time, slept the deep sleep of one who had fought against impossible forces and had prevailed, if only for a while, if only for now. The storm had passed. The light continued to burn, and time flowed onward, one precious moment at a time. Part 8. The Choice. The years that followed the storm of centuries brought a strange peace to Crag Point, as though the lighthouse and the mechanism beneath it were resting, gathering strength for whatever trials yet lay ahead. Silas aged into his 60s, his hair going completely white, his face weathered by decades of salt wind and solitary vigil, but his commitment to his duties never wavered. He had become as much a part of the lighthouse as the stones of its tower, as essential to its operation as the Fresnel lens that focused its beam. The new century arrived quietly on January 1st, 1900, marked only by Silas's notation in the logbook that a new era had begun, though whether humanity would use the coming century wisely remained to be seen. The temporal distortions continued, but they were less severe than during his early years at the station, as though the anchor had learned from the crisis of 1899 and had adapted its operations to prevent such catastrophic stress. But through his connection with the network, Silas knew that the mechanisms were failing faster than predicted. What should have been 3 decades of remaining operational time was being consumed at an accelerated rate. The anchor beneath Crag Point like many others in the network, was approaching the point where no amount of human maintenance could prevent its ultimate collapse. It was in the spring of 1906, during Silas's 15th year of service at the Lighthouse, that he received the summons he had been half expecting for years. It came not through words, but through direct perception, a knowing that crystallized in his mind during his morning descent to the chamber for routine maintenance. The anchor needed more than maintenance now. It needed transformation, needed to evolve beyond its original design to continue functioning in an age for which the builders had not planned. And that evolution required a sacrifice, required a keeper to give themselves fully to the mechanism, to become its living intelligence, guiding its operations with human intuition and adaptability that the original automated systems lacked. Silas stood in the chamber, his hands on the central column, feeling the weight of this knowledge settle upon him. He was being asked to make the same choice that the Flannan Isles keepers had made 7 years earlier, to dissolve his individual consciousness into the anchor's collective intelligence, to become part of the eternal work of maintaining temporal stability. But he was also being given an actual choice, something the Flannan Isles keepers had not had. Their crisis had been immediate and catastrophic, requiring instant sacrifice. Silas's situation was different. The anchor would continue to function for some time yet, months or perhaps even a few years, with ordinary maintenance. But if he made the sacrifice now, voluntarily, the mechanism could transform in ways that would extend its operational life significantly, perhaps for decades beyond its current projected failure point. "If I do this," Silas asked the anchor, "if I give myself to you, what happens to the lighthouse itself? Who will tend the lamp, maintain the equipment, perform the physical duties that keep the beacon operating?" "A new keeper will be assigned," the anchor replied. "The lighthouse board will send someone to replace you, though they will not understand the true reason for your departure. You can simply request retirement, claim that age and health require you to step down. No one will question this after 15 years of service." "And what my consciousness?" Silas asked. "What remains of Silas Merrick after this transformation? Will I still be myself, or will I become something entirely other?" The response was complex, layered with the experiences of all the keepers who had already made this sacrifice. "Both," they said. "You will retain your memories, your personality, your essential self. But you'll also expand to encompass far more than an individual human consciousness normally perceives. You will experience all moments simultaneously, will perceive the flow of time from outside its stream, will become part of something vaster than individual existence. It is not death, but neither is it quite life as you have known it. It is transformation into a different mode of being." Silas withdrew his hands from the column and walked slowly around the chamber, examining the crystalline structures that he had tended so carefully for 15 years. He knew every crystal, every connection, every weak point that required constant attention. This mechanism had become his life's work, more meaningful than anything else he had ever done. The thought of leaving it in someone else's hands, even another train keeper, felt wrong somehow, like abandoning a responsibility that was his alone to bear. And yet, if he made the sacrifice, he wouldn't be leaving the anchor at all. He would become part of it, would continue his guardianship at a deeper level, would ensure through his direct integration with the mechanism that it continued to function long after it would have otherwise failed. He thought of Margaret, wished he could speak with her one more time, could ask her advice about this impossible choice. But Margaret was gone, had been gone for 19 years now, and whatever continuation of consciousness existed beyond death was not accessible to him in any way that allowed for communication. Or was it Silas had learned over the years that death was not the absolute ending he had once believed it to be? Consciousness continued, transformed perhaps, but not extinguished. And if he made this sacrifice, if he dissolved his individual awareness into the anchor's collective intelligence, he would exist in a state that was neither conventionally alive nor conventionally dead, but something altogether different, something that might allow him to perceive Margaret's presence wherever she existed now. "I need time to consider this," Silas said to the anchor. "This is not a choice to be made hastily, regardless of how much time the mechanism may or may not have remaining." "Take what time you need," the anchor replied. "But know that with each passing day, our operational capacity diminishes. The transformation will be easier and more successful if performed soon, while sufficient energy remains to facilitate the integration of your consciousness." Silas spent the next week in deep contemplation, going about his daily duties mechanically while his mind wrestled with the most significant decision of his life. He paged through the logbook, reading entries from all the keepers who had served at Crag Point, looking for wisdom or guidance in their words. He found an entry from Daniel Marsh, written shortly before the first keeper's death in 1852. "I have served this light for 5 years, and in that time I have learned that the most important decisions are often the ones we make alone, without clear guidance, trusting only in our sense of duty and our hope that our choices serve something larger than ourselves." He found words from Nathaniel Gorham, the keeper who had documented the temporal phenomena so meticulously. "The work we do here extends beyond our individual lives, beyond our personal desires and fears. We are part of something eternal, and that participation gives meaning to our existence in ways that nothing else can." And he found a more recent entry, one that had appeared only days ago in handwriting he didn't recognize, from a keeper who had not yet served at Crag Point, but would in some future time, to Silas Merrick, who stands now at the threshold of transformation. "Your service has been faithful and will be remembered by all who follow. Whatever choice you make, know that it serves the greater purpose. There is no wrong path, only the path that feels true to who you are and who you wish to become." This last entry moved Silas deeply. The knowledge that some future keeper, perhaps decades or centuries hence, had reached back across time to offer encouragement in his moment of decision. It reminded him that he was not alone, that keepers across time were all connected, all supporting one another through the impossible difficulties of their shared duty. On the 7th day after receiving the summons, Silas made his decision. He would accept the transformation, would give himself to the anchor, would become part of the eternal work of maintaining temporal stability. Not because he was required to, but because it felt right, felt like the natural culmination of his 15 years of service, the final and most complete expression of his commitment to this responsibility. But first, there were practical matters to attend to. He wrote a letter to Thomas Aldrich, the Lighthouse board chairman who had brought him to Crag Point 15 years ago, requesting retirement on grounds of age and health. He was 61 now, certainly old enough that no one would question his desire to step down from such demanding work. He also prepared detailed notes for his successor, documenting the daily routine, the quirks of the equipment, the maintenance tasks that required particular attention. He couldn't tell them about the anchor, of course, couldn't explain the true significance of their duties. But he could ensure that whoever followed him would be capable of keeping the light burning properly, which would in turn support the mechanism's operation below. The Lighthouse Board's response came within 2 weeks. Thomas Aldrich himself traveled to Crag Point, expressing concern about Silas's health and gratitude for his many years of faithful service. A replacement keeper had been identified, a man named William Thatcher, who would arrive in early June to take over the station. As the date of his transformation approached, Silas found himself experiencing a range of emotions he hadn't anticipated. There was fear, certainly the natural human terror of facing the unknown, of stepping beyond the boundaries of ordinary existence into something that could only be described but never fully understood until experienced. But there was also excitement, curiosity about what this new mode of being would be like, what he would perceive and understand that was currently beyond his grasp. And more than anything, there was a profound sense of peace, the knowledge that his life had meaning, that his years of solitary vigil at this lonely outpost had served a purpose more significant than he could have imagined when he first arrived in the autumn of 1892. William Thatcher arrived on June 3, 1906. He was a younger man, perhaps 40, with the steady demeanor and practical competence that characterized good lighthouse keepers. Silas spent 3 days training him, showing him the routine, introducing him to the equipment, teaching him the precise ways in which the light needed to be maintained. He did not tell Thatcher about the anchor or the temporal distortions. The new keeper would discover these things in his own time, if he possessed the sensitivity to perceive them. And if he did, the anchor itself would guide him as it had guided Silas and all the other keepers before him. On the evening of June 6th, after William Thatcher had been installed as the lighthouse's new keeper and Silas had officially retired, Silas descended to the chamber for the final time in his individual existence. He stood before the central column, placing his hands on its surface, and felt the anchor's presence wash over him like a wave. "I am ready," he said simply. "I give myself to this work, to this eternal vigil. Use my consciousness as you need it. Integrate me into your operations. Transform me into whatever I must become to help maintain the flow of time." The anchor responded with what felt like gratitude and welcome. "Your service has been exemplary, Silas Merrick. You will be remembered and honored for all the time that this mechanism continues to function. And through your integration, that time will be extended far beyond what would otherwise be possible. Are you certain of this choice? Once begun, the transformation cannot be reversed." "I am certain," Silas said. "I choose this freely and willingly. Let be done." The blue luminescence that had been such a constant presence in his life intensified, flowing from the crystals into the central column, and from there into Silas's body through his hands. He felt his consciousness beginning to expand, to spread out beyond the boundaries of his individual identity, to encompass first the chamber, then the lighthouse, then the surrounding area, and finally the entire network of temporal anchors that stretched around the globe. His perception of time shifted radically. Instead of experiencing moments as a sequential flow, he began to perceive all moments simultaneously, as though his consciousness existed in some elevated dimension from which he could look down upon the entirety of the temporal stream. He saw his entire life at once, from birth to this moment of transformation. Every choice and experience laid out like a map he could examine from any angle. He saw Margaret, not just as memory, but as she actually existed in the moments of their shared life, her presence still somehow accessible to him in this expanded state of awareness. And he saw the future, not as a fixed destiny, but as a field of probabilities, different possible timelines branching and converging based on choices not yet made by people not yet born. He saw Crag Point in different versions of the future, some where the lighthouse still stood and operated centuries hence, others where it had been abandoned or destroyed, still others where it had been transformed into something he couldn't quite understand. All of this perception came to him in a rush that should have been overwhelming, but somehow wasn't. His consciousness had expanded to accommodate these visions, had grown large enough to hold all moments in simultaneous awareness. He felt the other consciousnesses within the anchor, all the keepers who had made this transformation before him, welcoming him into their collective awareness. Daniel Marsh was there, still maintaining his vigil after more than 50 years. Nathaniel Gorham was there, his analytical mind still studying and documenting the temporal phenomena, even from within the mechanism. Jeremiah Locke was there, the keeper who had foreseen his own death and had accepted it with courage. And others, keepers whose names Silas had never known, stretching back through centuries to the earliest humans who had interfaced with the anchor, all contributing their consciousness to the eternal work of maintaining temporal stability. "Welcome," they said in chorus. "Welcome, Silas Merrick, to the Fellowship of Guardians. Your service continues, transformed but unending. Together we maintain the flow of time. Together we preserve the boundaries between moments. Together we keep watch at the threshold between causality and chaos." Silas felt his individual identity beginning to dissolve, not disappearing but spreading out, becoming distributed across the anchor's entire structure. He was no longer just Silas Merrick, isolated consciousness confined to a single body in a single moment. He was becoming part of something vast and eternal, a composite intelligence that existed across time, maintaining order in a world that constantly threatened to fall into chaos. His last thought as a separate individual was of the lighthouse above, where William Thatcher was even now lighting the lamp for his first night as keeper, unaware that the man who had trained him was undergoing a transformation that would preserve the mechanism Thatcher unknowingly served. Then the dissolution was complete. Silas Merrick, as an individual, no longer existed, but his consciousness persisted, distributed across the temporal anchor's crystalline structure, contributing his will and awareness to the collective intelligence that maintained temporal coherence for hundreds of miles in every direction. And from this new state of existence, from this expanded awareness that perceived all moments simultaneously, Silas Merrick, who was now so much more than Silas Merrick, continued his watch. He felt the temporal currents flowing around Crag Point, felt the stresses and strains that constantly threatened to tear apart causality. And he worked, along with all the other distributed consciousnesses within the anchor, to maintain stability, to preserve the orderly progression of moments that allowed reality to function. The lighthouse beam rotated above, flash, darkness, and its rhythm was Silas's heartbeat now, the pulse of his continued existence. He was the light and the mechanism beneath it. He was the past and the present and the future all at once. He was the guardian, the keeper, the watcher at the threshold between moments. And he would maintain this vigil, not for years or decades, but for as long as the anchor continued to function, perhaps centuries, perhaps longer. His service had not ended with his transformation. It had only deepened, become more complete, more fully integrated with the purpose that had called him to Crag Point in the autumn of 1892. Time flowed onward, but Silas Merrick no longer flowed with it. He existed now outside its stream, perceiving all moments equally, maintaining the boundaries that allowed others to experience the orderly progression from past through present to future. And somewhere in the distributed consciousness that had once been Silas Merrick, a fragment of awareness still recognized itself as individual, still remembered Margaret and the life they had shared, still felt pride in the duty fulfilled and the sacrifice willingly made. The choice had been made. The transformation was complete, and the eternal watch continued, maintained by consciousnesses both individual and collective, both human and something beyond human, all dedicated to the sacred work of keeping time flowing as it should, one precious moment at a time. Part 9, Echoes Across Time. The decades that followed Silas Merrick's transformation brought profound changes to the world above, while the mechanisms below continued their eternal work largely unchanged. The temporal anchor beneath Crag Point, strengthened by Silas's integration into its structure, operated with renewed stability despite the ongoing degradation of its original components. The sacrifice of one keeper had extended the mechanism's life by perhaps 50 years, giving future guardians time to discover new ways to maintain temporal coherence as the ancient systems continued to fail. William Thatcher, the keeper who had replaced Silas, served at Crag Point for 12 years before requesting transfer to a less isolated station. He had experienced the temporal distortions, had seen glimpses of past and future bleeding into the present. But unlike Silas, he had never fully accepted what those visions meant. He maintained the lighthouse diligently, but never descended to the chamber below, never interfaced directly with the anchor, never understood the true scope of his duties. After Thatcher came a succession of keepers, some serving only a year or two before fleeing or requesting transfer, others maintaining longer tenures, but always with a kind of willful blindness to the station's deeper mysteries. None of them possessed Silas's combination of sensitivity and courage, his ability to perceive the truth and accept it rather than deny it. But the anchor no longer required a keeper who fully understood, not with Silas's consciousness integrated into its structure. He had become the bridge between the mechanism and the physical world, guiding the operations with human intuition while the less sensitive keepers above simply performed their surface duties of maintaining the light. From his distributed existence within the anchor, Silas perceived time in ways that no human consciousness was meant to experience. He existed simultaneously in all moments, perceiving the past as clearly as the present, the future as accessible as yesterday. This perception was not linear, did not follow the neat progression from before to after that ordinary consciousness experienced, but was instead a kind of eternal now where everything existed at once. He perceived the lighthouse as it had been when first built in 1847, watching Daniel Marsh light the lamp for the inaugural ceremony while townspeople cheered from the mainland. He perceived it during his own tenure from 1892 to 1906, watching himself go about the daily routines that had defined his service. And he perceived it in multiple possible futures, some where the lighthouse still stood in the 22nd century, others where it had been replaced by automated beacons that required no human keepers at all. Through the network of temporal anchors, Silas could perceive other keepers serving at their own stations, could sense their struggles and triumphs as they maintained temporal stability in their regions. Some were fully aware of what they guarded, having made the same discoveries and choices that Silas had made. Others remained ignorant, going about their duties without understanding the deeper significance of their work. And he could perceive, with a clarity that ordinary consciousness could never achieve, the gradual failure of the global network. More anchors fell dark with each passing decade. Some collapsed catastrophically, requiring the sacrifice of their keepers to prevent total temporal chaos in their regions. Others simply faded away as their mechanisms degraded beyond any ability to maintain them, leaving pockets of temporal instability that grew slowly larger as the years passed. By the 1940s, less than half of the original network remained operational. The builders' great project, which had maintained temporal stability across Earth's surface for thousands of years, was approaching its inevitable end. And Silas, existing simultaneously across all moments from his transformation onward, could perceive the point where the remaining anchors would finally fail, could see the approaching moment when temporal coherence would collapse across the entire planet. That moment, he perceived, would come in the early decades of the 21st century, roughly 140 years after his transformation. When the last anchors failed, humanity would face the same crisis that had once threatened individual regions, but on a global scale. Past, present, and future would bleed into one another. Causality would become meaningless. Reality itself would fragment into chaos, unless humanity developed their own mechanisms for maintaining temporal stability. Unless the species that had been protected by the builder's work for so long finally learned to protect itself. From within the anchor, Silas could not directly communicate with the living, could not simply tell future scientists what they needed to know. But he could influence, could plant suggestions in receptive minds, could guide certain individuals toward discoveries that might save their civilization. He reached out across time, touching the consciousness of physicists who were beginning to understand the nature of time and causality, of engineers who were developing technologies that might one day replace the failing anchors. He couldn't force them to understand, couldn't make them believe in temporal mechanics that seemed like science fiction. But he could inspire, could create moments of intuition and insight that pushed them toward the necessary breakthroughs. In 1952, A physicist named Richard Feynman published a paper on quantum electrodynamics that included a strange aside about the possibility that all particles were actually one particle moving backward and forward through time. Feynman never pursued this idea seriously, but Silas had planted it in his mind during a moment of deep contemplation, hoping it might lead future researchers toward understanding temporal mechanics. In 1967, a graduate student named Josephine Chun wrote a dissertation on theoretical methods for stabilizing causal loops, work that her advisor dismissed as too speculative, but which contained insights that would prove essential a century later. Silas had guided her calculations, helping her avoid the mathematical pitfalls that would have led to nonsensical results. In 1989, a group of engineers at MIT designed a prototype device that used superconducting magnets and crystalline structures to create small-scale temporal coherence fields. The project was abandoned when funding ran out, but decades later, someone would rediscover their notes and realize they had been on the verge of something revolutionary. Silas had been there, influencing their design choices, steering them toward configurations that echoed the builder's ancient mechanisms. Slowly, increment by increment, humanity was developing the knowledge that would allow them to maintain their own temporal stability. But the progress was painfully slow, and the anchors were failing faster than human science was advancing. Meanwhile, at Crag Point itself, the lighthouse underwent its own transformations. In 1939, the station was electrified, the old kerosene lamp replaced with an electric bulb. In 1965, the lighthouse was automated, and the last resident keeper was withdrawn. The keeper's dwelling was converted into a museum, open to tourists who wanted to see what lighthouse life had been like in earlier eras. But even after automation, even after the removal of human keepers, the anchor continued to function. Silas maintained it from within, performing the necessary adjustments and repairs that the mechanism could no longer accomplish on its own. And when the lighthouse's electric systems needed maintenance, he would influence the technicians who visited, guiding their hands to make the repairs in ways that supported the anchor's operations below. In 1993, the lighthouse celebrated its 146th anniversary with a ceremony attended by local historians and preservation societies. They spoke of the station's proud history, of the keepers who had tended it across the decades, of its importance to maritime safety. They had no idea that beneath their feet, an ancient mechanism maintained by distributed consciousnesses was preserving something far more fundamental than safe navigation. And in 2008, a young woman named Sarah Coleman was hired by the National Park Service to serve as curator of the Crag Point Lighthouse Museum. She was 28 years old, with degrees in both history and physics, an unusual combination that had made her perfect for the position. The Park Service wanted someone who could explain both the historical significance and the technical operations of the lighthouse to visitors. What they didn't know, what Sarah herself didn't know until her first night staying in the keeper's dwelling, was that she possessed unusual sensitivity to temporal phenomena. She could perceive, faintly at first but with growing clarity, the distortions and anomalies that had troubled keepers for more than a century. And Silas, existing in his distributed state within the anchor, perceived her as well. He recognized in Sarah Coleman the same combination of qualities that he himself had possessed: sensitivity to temporal forces combined with courage to face uncomfortable truths. She could be the one, he realized, the keeper who would bridge the gap between the ancient mechanisms and the modern understanding needed to replace them. On her third night at Crag Point, Sarah had a dream that was not quite a dream. She found herself standing in the lantern room. Though the lighthouse's interior looked different, older, as it had appeared in the 19th century. And there was a man there, elderly, with white hair and weathered features, dressed in the uniform of a lighthouse keeper from decades past. "Hello, Sarah," the man said, his voice somehow familiar though she was certain she had never met him. "I'm Silas Merrick. I was keeper here from 1892 to 1906. And I've been waiting a very long time to speak with someone who might understand what I need to tell you." Sarah tried to respond, to ask how this was possible, but found she couldn't speak. This was his message, his moment to communicate, and she could only listen. "Beneath this lighthouse," Silas continued, "is a mechanism built by a civilization far older than our own. It maintains temporal stability, keeps past and present and future properly separated. But it's failing, Sarah. The mechanisms across the world are failing. In perhaps 20 years, maybe 30 at most, they'll collapse completely. And when they do, reality itself will fragment." He walked to the window, looking out over a sea that seemed to exist in multiple moments simultaneously, showing different states of tide, different weather conditions, all overlapping like a palimpsest. "You have a knowledge needed to understand this," he said. "Your physics education gives you the framework. Your historical training gives you the patience to learn from the past. And you have something else, something rarer, the ability to perceive temporal distortions directly, to see what most people cannot." Silas turned back to face her, his expression serious but not unkind. "I need you to descend to the chamber below. I need you to interface with the anchor as I once did. And I need you to learn from it, to understand its principles so completely that you can teach others, so that humanity can build their own mechanisms before the ancient ones fail entirely." Sarah woke suddenly, sitting up in bed in the keeper's dwelling, her heart racing. The dream had felt utterly real, more vivid than any normal dream. And as she sat there in the darkness, she realized she could still feel something, a presence in the lighthouse, a consciousness that existed in a state she couldn't quite comprehend. The next morning, she began to explore the lighthouse more thoroughly than she had during her initial orientation. She found a storage chamber at the tower's base, and as she stood there examining the supply shelves and old equipment, she noticed something strange about one section of wall. The limestone blocks that were arranged slightly differently than elsewhere, and when she pressed her hand against them, they felt warm despite the chamber's general coolness. As her palm made contact with the stone, she experienced a flash of perception, a brief glimpse of something vast and complex existing beneath the lighthouse. Crystalline structures glowing with blue light, threads of energy connecting them in patterns of extraordinary intricacy. Sarah pulled her hand back, her scientific training warring with what her intuition was telling her. This couldn't be possible. There couldn't be some ancient mechanism beneath the lighthouse, preserving temporal stability through principles that current physics barely understood. And yet, she had seen it, had felt it, had experienced its presence with a certainty that transcended mere belief. She spent the next several days researching the lighthouse's history, reading through the old logbooks that had been preserved in the museum's archives. Most of the entries were routine, simple records of weather and shipping traffic. But occasionally, she found references that gave her pause, keepers describing strange luminescence in the tower, mentions of temporal distortions, notes about visions that showed past or future bleeding into the present. And then she found Silas Merrick's logbook, his entries from 1892 to 1906 that described in careful detail the temporal phenomena he had experienced, the discoveries he had made, the responsibility he had accepted. The final entry, dated June 6, 1906, reads simply, "My service as physical keeper ends today, but the watch continues in a different form." To whoever reads this and possesses the sensitivity to perceive what I have described, know that the duty can be shared, that transformation is not the only path. Learn from the anchor, understand its principles, and use that understanding to build what must be built to preserve our world when the ancient mechanisms finally fail. Time grows short, but hope remains. Silas Merrick. Sarah sat in the museum's research room, staring at these words written more than a century ago, and felt the weight of responsibility settling upon her shoulders. She understood now why she had been drawn to this place, why her unusual combination of training and sensitivity had led her here. She was meant to be the bridge between past and future, between the ancient mechanisms and the modern knowledge needed to replace them. That evening, she descended to the storage chamber and pressed her hand firmly against the warm section of wall. This time, instead of pulling away from the sensation, she leaned into it, accepting the perception of temporal phenomena, opening her consciousness to whatever message or understanding the anchor wished to share. The wall became translucent, then transparent, revealing the spiral passage that led down into the promontory's heart. And Sarah Coleman, curator of Crag Point Lighthouse Museum, an unknowing heir to a duty stretching back thousands of years, took her first step into the blue light, beginning a journey that would change not just her own life, but potentially the fate of human civilization itself. Part 10. The Eternal Watch. The sun sets over the Atlantic as it has done for billions of years, painting the sky in shades of orange and crimson that reflect off waves rolling toward the rocky Maine coast. From a certain angle, from a certain perspective outside linear time, this sunset is all sunsets, every one that has ever occurred or ever will occur over these waters, all existing simultaneously in the eternal now that transcends ordinary perception. At Crag Point, the lighthouse stands as it has stood since 1847, though its form shifts and changes depending on which moment one observes. In some versions, it appears newly built, its limestone blocks still white and pristine. In others, it shows its age, weathered by more than 150 years of salt and storm. And in still others, visible only to those with the perception to see across time, it exists in states that have not yet manifested in ordinary causality, transformed by technologies and purposes not yet realized. Within the temporal anchor beneath the lighthouse, Silas Merrick maintains his eternal watch, his consciousness distributed across the mechanism's crystalline structure, experiencing all moments simultaneously. He is aware of the present, of Sarah Coleman beginning her journey of discovery in 2008. He is aware of the past, of his own transformation in 1906 and all the years of service that preceded it. And he is aware of the future, or rather of the multiple possible futures that branch from each present moment, some leading to salvation and others to catastrophic temporal collapse. In one future, Sarah succeeds in her mission. She learns the anchor's principles so thoroughly that she can teach them to other scientists, can help humanity develop the technologies needed to maintain their own temporal stability. Laboratories are built, new mechanisms constructed, a global network established that preserves causality even as the ancient anchors finally fail. Humanity takes its place as the inheritors of the builder's work, becoming conscious guardians of their own temporal existence. In another future, Sarah's efforts come too late or fail to convince enough people of the danger. The anchors collapse in the early 2030s, and temporal chaos spreads across the planet. Some regions experience complete causality failure, reality fragmenting so thoroughly that ordinary human consciousness can no longer function. Other areas suffer lesser disruptions, persistent anomalies where past and future bleed into the present, but don't quite destroy the distinction between moments. Humanity struggles to adapt, some populations learning to live with temporal instability, others descending into madness or religious fanaticism, and in still other futures, outcomes that Silas perceives but doesn't fully understand. Something entirely unexpected occurs. Perhaps extraterrestrial civilizations, noticing Earth's temporal instability, intervene with technologies beyond human comprehension. Perhaps human consciousness itself evolves, adapting to perceive time in ways that make the distinction between moments less critical. Perhaps the collapse of temporal coherence is not the catastrophe it appears, but a transformation into a different mode of existence entirely. All of these futures exist as possibilities, as probability waves that haven't yet collapsed into singular actuality. And Silas, existing outside time's normal flow, perceives them all equally, unable to determine which will manifest, unable to force any particular outcome, but capable of influencing, of gently steering consciousness toward choices that maximize the probability of survival. He reaches out across the network to the other distributed consciousnesses, maintaining the few anchors that remain operational. They share his perception, his understanding that their work is approaching its conclusion. Some of the mechanisms will fail within years. Others might endure for another decade or two. But all are approaching the same inevitable endpoint, the moment when the builder's great project finally ends and humanity must stand on its own. Through the network, Silas perceives a conversation occurring across time. The distributed consciousnesses of keepers who served across centuries, all speaking simultaneously in a kind of temporal parliament where past and future participants exist equally. The moment approaches, says a consciousness that identifies itself as Thomas Harding, a keeper who served at Portland Headlight in the 1780s and who gave himself to his anchor during a crisis in 1791. The network is failing faster now. What took millennia to degrade is collapsing in decades. But the seeds have been planted, responds Emma Whitfield, who kept the light at Cape Cod from 1843 to 1859 and who transformed during the same temporal storm that had required the sacrifice of the Flannan Isles keepers. Humans are developing the knowledge they need. Whether they apply in time remains uncertain, but the potential exists. We have done all we can, adds a consciousness that doesn't provide a name. One of the ancient keepers who served in an era before written records, who interfaced with an anchor when humanity was still learning to farm and build cities. We were always meant to be temporary guardians, maintaining what the builders created until humans could mature enough to maintain it themselves. That time has come, ready or not. Silas listens to these exchanges, contributing his own perspective when appropriate, but mostly simply observing, learning from the collective wisdom of thousands of years of service. He has been part of the anchor for more than a century now in linear time, though from his distributed existence, duration has little meaning. He is as present in the moment of his transformation as he is in this current instant, experiencing both simultaneously, experiencing all moments equally. He perceives Sarah Coleman in the chamber below the lighthouse, her hand on the central column, her consciousness expanding to encompass the anchor's operations. She is learning quickly, her scientific training providing a framework for understanding principles that previous keepers had to accept on faith. And more importantly, she is making connections, seeing how the anchor's mechanisms might be replicated using modern materials and technologies, envisioning the designs that could maintain temporal stability through human engineering rather than alien artifacts. "You're doing well," Silas tells her, though she cannot hear him directly, only sensing his presence as a kind of guiding intuition. "Trust your perceptions. Believe what you see even when it contradicts everything you thought you knew about reality. The universe is stranger and more wonderful than any textbook can convey." Sarah withdraws her hand from the column and sits down on the chamber's stone floor, overwhelmed by what she has just experienced. She has perceived, for just a moment, the full scope of temporal reality, the way that all moments exist simultaneously from a perspective outside time stream. And she has understood, with a clarity that transcends ordinary knowing, what must be done to preserve humanity's ability to experience time in the orderly, sequential way that consciousness requires. But understanding and implementation are vastly different challenges. Sarah knows now what needs to be built, has seen the principles in the anchor's operations. But translating those principles into practical technology will require years of work, collaboration with other scientists, convincing skeptics, and funding agencies that temporal mechanics is not science fiction, but essential infrastructure. She ascends from the chamber and returns to the keeper's dwelling, where she begins documenting everything she has learned. Not in a personal journal like the keepers of old, but in rigorous scientific notation, equations and diagrams that her colleagues might actually believe and understand. She is creating the bridge between ancient wisdom and modern knowledge, fulfilling the purpose that brought her to Crag Point. Meanwhile, in the eternal now that Silas inhabits, he perceives the multiple timelines branching from this moment. In sum, Sarah succeeds brilliantly, publishing papers that revolutionize temporal physics and leading a team that constructs the first modern temporal stabilization mechanism in 2019, just in time to prevent catastrophic collapse when the last ancient anchors fail in 2023. In others, she makes progress, but not enough, convincing some scientists, but failing to create the global infrastructure needed before the crisis point. And in one particularly interesting timeline, Sarah herself eventually chooses transformation, giving herself to the Crag Point anchor as Silas did, becoming part of the distributed consciousness that maintains temporal stability while her physical body's knowledge is passed on to successors who continue the work of building new mechanisms. Silas perceives all of these possibilities, but he also knows that perception alone does not determine outcome. The future remains open, subject to choices not yet made, to random chance, and to the complex interplay of millions of individual decisions by people who have no idea their choices might affect the stability of causality itself. As night falls over Crag Point, the automated lighthouse beam begins its rotation. Flash, darkness, a pulse of light that has guided ships for more than 150 years. And beneath it, the temporal anchor hums with its characteristic frequency, maintaining the flow of moments that allows ordinary reality to function. Silas perceives this moment from outside its dream, seeing it not as a single point in time, but as one instance in an infinite series, part of a continuum that stretches from the anchor's creation thousands of years ago to its eventual failure decades hence. And he perceives himself not as a single consciousness trapped in this mechanism, but as part of something vast and eternal, a guardian who chose to dissolve individual identity in service of collective duty. Is he happy in this state? The question has no clear meaning. Happiness is an emotion experienced by individual consciousness, by beings existing in linear time who can remember past states and anticipate future ones. Silas exists beyond such constraints, experiencing all moments equally, neither regretting the past nor anxious about the future, because both exist for him as present realities. But if there is an analog to happiness in his distributed state, it might be satisfaction, the knowing that his service matters, that the choice he made in 1906 has extended the anchor's operational life by decades and has provided time for humanity to develop the knowledge they need to survive the coming crisis. And there is also a kind of peace, the understanding that he is part of something far larger than any individual existence, that his consciousness has merged with those of thousands of other keepers across millennia to form a collective intelligence that maintains one of the fundamental conditions required for conscious life to exist at all. Through the network, Silas perceives the entire globe, sees all the locations where temporal anchors once stood, notes the dark spaces where mechanisms have failed and temporal instability has taken root. The network that once encompassed 24 anchors now contains fewer than a dozen still operational. And even these are flickering, their energy diminishing, their crystals darkening as degradation accelerates toward inevitable conclusion. But humanity's own network is beginning to emerge. In laboratories scattered across multiple continents, scientists are constructing prototypes based on principles they don't fully understand yet, guided by intuitions and insights that seem to come from nowhere, but which actually originate from the distributed consciousnesses reaching out across time to plant seeds of knowledge. These human-built mechanisms are crude compared to the builder's work, but they don't need to be as sophisticated. Humanity doesn't need to maintain temporal stability for thousands of years, only for the decades it will take to fully understand the principles and develop more refined technologies. The anchors bought humanity millennia to evolve from scattered hunter-gatherers to a technological civilization. Now humanity's own mechanisms only need to buy a few more decades to complete the transition. It might be enough. The probability calculations that Silas perceives show roughly even odds, a 50-50 chance that humanity will develop sufficient infrastructure before the ancient network fails completely. Not good odds, perhaps, but far better than the near-certain catastrophe that would occur without the work of keepers like Sarah Coleman, who bridge the gap between old and new. As the night deepens over Crag Point, Silas maintains his watch, as he has done for more than a century, as he will continue to do until the anchor finally fails or until human-built mechanisms make the ancient ones obsolete. He exists in the eternal now, experiencing all moments simultaneously, perceiving past and future as clearly as present. And somewhere in the distributed consciousness that was once Silas Merrick, a fragment of individual awareness still persists, still remembers the man who came to this lighthouse in autumn of 1892, seeking isolation and purpose in the wake of loss. That fragment remembers Margaret, remembers the life they shared, remembers the decision to accept transformation rather than abandon duty. And that fragment knows, with a certainty that transcends ordinary understanding, that the choice was right. Not because it led to happiness or fulfillment in any conventional sense, but because it served something larger than individual existence, because it honored the commitment made to watch over the boundaries between moments, to keep time flowing as it should, to preserve the ordered reality that allows consciousness to function. The lighthouse beam continues its rotation, marking off the seconds with mechanical precision. Ships pass in the darkness, their crews never knowing that the light guiding them serves a purpose far beyond navigation. And beneath it all, the temporal anchor maintains its operations, sustained by the consciousness of keepers who chose to become something more than human, who gave themselves to eternal service at the threshold between moments. This is the story of Crag Point, of the lighthouse that stands at the edge of time, of the keepers who discovered its secrets and accepted its burdens. It is a story without a clear ending, because the work continues, because time flows onward, because new keepers will always be needed to maintain the boundaries between past, present, and future. And it is a story whispered across the darkness, carried on waves that crash against rocky shores, preserved in the blue luminescence that glows within ancient mechanisms, remembered by consciousnesses that exist outside time's stream, maintained by the eternal watch that began thousands of years ago and continues still, one precious moment at a time. As you drift towards sleep tonight, dear listener, remember that time itself is more fragile and more wonderful than most people realize. Remember that there are guardians watching over its flow, maintaining the boundaries that allow your consciousness to experience moments in ordered succession. And remember that sometimes the greatest service we can offer is to give ourselves completely to something larger than our individual existence, to become part of the eternal work that preserves the world for those who come after. Sleep well, and dream of lighthouses standing at the edge of forever, their beams cutting through darkness, both temporal and spatial, Their keepers watching from states of existence beyond ordinary comprehension, all maintaining the same ancient vigil. The light continues to burn, time continues to flow, and the watch continues, now and always, in service of the boundaries between moments, in defense of causality, in preservation of the ordered reality that makes consciousness possible. This has been the Lighthouse Beyond Time, a tale of duty, transformation, and the eternal vigilance required to maintain the flow of moments. May it bring you peaceful rest and remind you that some mysteries are meant not to be solved, but to be honored, preserved, and passed forward to those who come after. My dear friends, thank you for joining me on this journey to Crag Point and the mysteries hidden between moments. I hope this story has brought you peace as you drift off in a deep sleep. Before you fully drift off to dream, I would love to hear from you. Please leave a comment to let me know where you're listening from tonight and what time it is in the world. It's always fascinating to know that these stories are being listened to at breakfast in Berlin, before bedtime in Boston, and in the afternoon in Buenos Aires. And if you enjoyed this story, please don't forget to subscribe to my channel and turn on notifications so you never miss a new one. Each episode takes you deeper into the forgotten corners of our world, exploring the strange, the inexplicable, and the wonderfully impossible. If there's a mystery you'd like me to explore or a historical riddle that has always fascinated you, let us know in the comments. Until next time, sleep well, dream deeply, and remember that the world is often far stranger and more beautiful than we dare to imagine. Good night, dear friends. Remember, tomorrow is the first day of the rest of your life. This is Mysterious Sleep Stories. Thank you for listening.